There is something about returning to Hogwarts that feels like opening a beloved time-worn book, the kind with a softened spine and pages that flutter like wings when the wind turns. You don't just read a book like this, you sink into it, slowly, sweetly, like lowering yourself into a warm bath after a long, cold day. Tonight, we return to the 4th volume in the story of a boy who was once left in a cupboard under the stairs. A boy who survived something no baby should have, who grew up quiet and curious, not knowing what was waiting for him in the shadows of his past. Now he is 14. Older, yes, but not grown. His voice has changed, his step is surer, but his heart is still open. And he's still learning what it means to be Harry. This is Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, a story about trials and choices, about what it means to be brave, not just in battle, but in becoming yourself. It is a story that begins not in the comforting glow of Hogwarts, nor in the dusty corners of Diagon Alley, but in the misty hush of an old abandoned house, a place called the Riddle House, where long-forgotten whispers are beginning to stir once more. This book, the 4th, in J.K. Rowling's magical series, deepens the world we've come to love. It is longer, richer, and darker in tone, yet still tinged with that familiar warmth. In these chapters, magic stretches far beyond the castle walls. We meet foreign schools, ancient contests, and creatures both wondrous and wild. We walk through meadows and mazes, across lakes and graveyards, and into the very heart of history. A history written not just in spells and scrolls, but in secrets, in silence, and in the choices made long ago. The genre, like the season, begins to shift. While the earlier books danced like summer spells, light and mischievous, filled with pumpkin juice and broomsticks, this one leans into autumn. There's a chill in the air now, a shadow at the edge of the frame. Laughter still lingers, but it is quieter, wrapped in the rustle of fallen leaves and the soft breath of something ancient awakening. But don't worry, we're not rushing. Not tonight. Here, we go slowly. We take our time like twilight spilling over the hills. We'll walk through the story chapter by chapter, moment by moment, in the gentlest possible way. We'll meet new faces: Victor Krum, silent and serious; Fleur Delacour, radiant and proud; and Cedric Diggory, golden-hearted and good. We'll watch friendships shift and rivalries form, and choices made not in shouting but in stillness. This book is full of quiet tests, of character, of courage, of compassion. And like all things worth learning, they unfold slowly. The Triwizard tournament sits at the heart of this tale, an ancient magical competition, elegant and dangerous, with tasks that test not just skill, but soul. For Harry, who never intended to compete, it becomes something far more than sport. It becomes a reckoning, a mystery that weaves around him like smoke. A journey that draws him into the deeper layers of the wizarding world and into the past, where dark figures still linger, waiting to rise again. But though the story carries weight, it is never heavy. Not here. Not as we tell it, softly, as if by candlelight. We'll glide through Quidditch tents and Great Hall feasts, through long corridors and cold lakes, all at a pace that lets you rest your mind and close your eyes. We'll linger on details that sparkle gently in the dark. The swish of school robes as students rush to class, the murmur of goblets being filled at dinner, the flickering glow of wand light against stone walls. We'll notice the nervous glances, the kind smiles, the moments between moments where true magic lives. As we read, you may find yourself drifting, and that's perfectly all right. Let the story carry you like the Hogwarts Express gliding through the fog, steady, slow, with just the softest hum of enchantment beneath the wheels. There's no need to hold on too tightly. The world of this story will hold you gently, safely, as you rest. And if you're already familiar with this tale, you may notice how differently it feels when told this way, like hearing a familiar lullaby on a quiet night. And if it's your first time, I promise we'll keep the journey calm, the revelations gentle, and the wonder ever present. Because Goblet of Fire is not only about magic, It's about friendship tested and courage found. About how people change and how the past echoes into the future. About learning that growing up means stepping into storms you never asked for. And finding your way through, one small light at a time. So settle in, wherever you are. Let your breathing slow and your thoughts soften. You're safe here, in this story. And together, we'll begin again. Right at the edge of a sleepy village, where an old house waits in silence and a cold wind slips through the trees. The world is quiet now, and the story is just about to begin. Chapter 1. The Riddle House. The village of Little Hangleton sat quietly on the side of a slope, its rooftops clustered like slumbering sheep under the weight of mist. The people there did not speak often of the Riddle House anymore, not in the shops, nor in whispers over garden fences. It was a house of silence now. Perched high above the rest of the village, behind wrought iron gates and surrounded by a tangle of nettles and gloom, the Riddle House had become a part of the scenery, always there, always watching, but rarely spoken of. Once, long ago, it had been the finest home in the area, 3 stories tall, with grand windows and ivy curling along stone walls like old stories wrapped in green. But time had left it behind. The gardens had grown wild. The roof had lost its tiles one by one like teeth in an aging smile, and inside, the echoes were the only things still awake. The villagers remembered what had happened there. They hadn't forgotten, not really. It was just that forgetting felt easier than remembering, because remembering meant thinking about. That day, the morning the riddles were found, it had been over 50 years ago. A maid had come running, shrieking in the street, her apron twisted in her hands. She had gone to clean the house and found all 3 riddles, father, mother, and grown son, dead in their chairs, sitting as if they had only just dozed off. Eyes wide open, not a mark on them, no wound, no sign of struggle, just gone. Doctors came, so did the police. The village buzzed with questions. Poison, perhaps? A curse? An accident too strange to name? But it was none of these. The cause of death was unexplainable. The riddles were healthy, and yet they were no longer living. It was as though some invisible force had snatched the breath from their bodies. Suspicion fell on the gardener. Frank Bryce, a solitary man with a stiff leg and a quiet way of moving through the world. He had worked for the Riddles for years, and that morning he had been the only one on the grounds. The police questioned him. People whispered behind their hands. But Frank was cleared. He hadn't done it. There was no evidence, no motive, no reason to believe he'd harmed anyone. Still, the stain of that day clung to him. People in the village never quite trusted Frank again. Children pointed. Adults crossed the road when he passed. So Frank stayed in the gardener's cottage, alone, growing older, tending what remained of the overgrown grounds of the Riddle House. His world had become small, just a path between his bed, the garden, and the kettle he used to make tea on rainy afternoons. And then, one summer night, the stillness broke. It was near midnight. The sky was starless, the village wrapped in dark velvet. Frank, now nearly 80, lay in bed, half asleep, his joints aching quietly beneath the covers. He had long grown used to the silence of the estate. It was his silence, his peace. But tonight, something stirred. A flicker of light in an upstairs window of the Riddle House. Not the moon, not lightning. A pulse, a glow. Frank sat up slowly. He squinted into the dark. There it was again, moving. He reached for his coat, buttoned it with stiff fingers, and took the old key that rattled like bones in his hand. His breath made clouds in the cool air as he walked, step by careful step, up the path. The grass brushed against his shins like forgotten memories. The house loomed above him, its windows like hollow eyes. Inside, the floor creaked beneath his feet. The air was thick, as though the rooms had been holding their breath for years. He crept forward, through the silence, toward the flickering light. And upstairs, behind a closed door, voices. Frank stopped. His heart, slow and tired, beat like a drum muffled in cloth. He leaned closer, pressing his ear to the wood. The voices were low. One was hissing, whispering with a sharpness that cut through the dark. The other, deeper, slower, answered in careful tones. Words floated through the crack in the door. Nagini, Wormtail, Plan, Harry Potter. The name made Frank's spine stiffen. Harry Potter. He'd heard that name before, on the wireless maybe, or in the paper. The boy who'd done something extraordinary. He didn't know what exactly, but the way they spoke of him, Frank could feel it now, the wrongness. This was not just trespassing. This was something else entirely, something cold and coiled. Then came a sound that turned the air to ice, a voice, high, soft, and cruel, saying, "Perhaps we should invite our guest in." Frank barely had time to move before the door swung open. Inside, the room was lit by firelight. A chair sat by the hearth, and in it someone small, shrunken, shaped not like a man but like a shadow wearing skin. Its face was pale and its eyes glowed red like embers. And beside it, the man called Wormtail, nervous, trembling, wand in hand. Frank didn't understand what he saw. Didn't have time to. The figure raised its hand, spoke a single word, and then nothing. The world tilted. The floor rushed up. Frank Bryce, quiet gardener, fell into silence once more. Outside, the night stretched on. The village below slept, unaware. And up on the hill, the Riddle house held its breath again. Only now, the firelight in the window didn't flicker and fade. It burned steady. A light returned to a house that had waited and waited and waited for the dark to rise again. Chapter 2. The Scar. The sky above Privet Drive was a soft, sleepy blue, already warming with the sun of another midsummer morning. Birdsong danced quietly in the hedges, and a few curtains twitched as the neighborhood began to stir. But in the smallest bedroom of number 4, long before the alarms began to beep and the toast began to burn, a boy named Harry Potter was already awake. He had been dreaming. Not a pleasant dream. Not one of Quidditch or spellbooks or laughter echoing through castle corridors. This dream had curled around him like cold smoke. In it there had been voices, harsh, secretive, a flicker of firelight, a name spoken with venom. Harry Potter. And now, as he sat up in bed, blinking in the half-light of early morning, he raised a trembling hand to his forehead. His scar, lightning-shaped, carved into his skin like a whisper of something old, was burning. Not a dull, not a twinge. A sharp, bright pain that pulsed as though the dream had left something behind, tucked just beneath the surface of his skin. He sat very still. The bedroom around him was just as it had been the night before, a cage in the corner with his owl, Hedwig sleeping peacefully, a pile of school books and parchment on the desk, the rumpled sheets tangled around his legs. Everything looked the same, but nothing felt the same. He pressed his fingers gently to the scar. The pain had already begun to fade, slipping away like mist, but the memory of the dream remained, stubborn and strange. He had seen a room, a grand, shadowy space with a fire, burning low. 2 men had spoken. One had been called Wormtail. The other, well, Harry wasn't quite sure what the other had been. Not exactly a man. More like a presence. Cold, commanding. Something dark and waiting. And Harry had felt something. In that moment, something terrible and certain. That whatever this being was, it knew him, had spoken his name, had turned its gaze toward him, even if only in dream. He shook his head gently, trying to lift the fog from his mind. He had had dreams about Voldemort before. Nightmares, visions, flickers of memory. But not like this. Not since his 3rd year at Hogwarts. Not since Cedric Diggory had died. No, wait. that hadn't happened yet. That thought came from somewhere else, from a future not yet lived. He reached for his glasses on the nightstand and slipped them on, the world sharpening just slightly around the edges. Outside his window, the street was beginning to wake up. A cat stretched in the driveway next door. A lawn sprinkler clicked to life, and everything seemed so normal, so beautifully, boringly normal. But the scar still throbbed faintly, and Harry could not forget the feeling that he had seen something real. He stood up, crossing the room quietly, careful not to wake Hedwig. He thought about writing a letter, maybe to Ron or Hermione. But what would he say? "Dear Ron, I had a dream, and now my scar hurts again. Something dark is coming. Hope you're enjoying the Quidditch." It felt foolish, childish. Still, he pulled a piece of parchment from the drawer, dipped his quill, and began to write. "Dear Sirius, I had a dream last night. I think something's wrong. My scar hurt, worse than it has in a long time. Do you think it means anything? Harry." He paused, staring at the ink as it dried. Sirius would know what to do. He always did. Even now, hiding in the shadows, far from the wizarding world that had once cast him aside, Sirius was a steady presence, like a star in the night sky, far but constant. Harry folded the letter gently and tucked it beside his pillow. He would send it later. Not just yet. He didn't want to wake anyone. Not the Dursleys, not the neighbors, not even the world beyond the garden gate. Instead, he returned to bed, lying down once more beneath the thin summer sheet. He watched the ceiling, where a crack traced a quiet path above his head like a wand stroke frozen in plaster. He thought of Hogwarts, of Hagrid's booming laugh, of Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, of Ron's jokes and Hermione's sighs. He missed it all with a deep, aching quietness that only summer could bring. Privet Drive was clean, quiet, and terribly lonely. The Dursleys barely acknowledged him, and when they did, it was only to bark instructions or frown at the way he held his fork. But it wasn't the chores or the silence that bothered him most. It was the sense that something waited just beyond the horizon, something he couldn't name, something that had already begun to stir. His scar tingled again, softer now, like a whisper brushing against his thoughts. And in that moment, Harry knew that this year would not be like the others. He couldn't say why, couldn't prove it, but something deep inside told him. The dream was only the beginning, and the story had already started turning its next page. Chapter 3. The Invitation. The sun rose lazily over Privet Drive, spilling soft gold across the neat lawns and closed curtains. Inside number 4, the clink of dishes and the distant drone of the morning news filled the air with the rhythm of an ordinary day. In his small, cluttered bedroom upstairs, Harry Potter sat at his desk, gazing out the window. The dream from days ago still lingered faintly, like the echo of thunder after a storm. But today, something else tugged at him, a quiet hum of anticipation. The Dursleys had been oddly polite that morning, suspiciously so. Uncle Vernon had cleared, his throat 3 times before speaking, a rare gesture of restraint. Dudley had offered Harry a look that could only be described as wary. And Aunt Petunia. Well, she was unusually quiet, flitting about the kitchen like a nervous moth. Harry suspected something was coming. And it arrived, as most interesting things do, not with a bang, but with a letter. It was delivered in the ordinary post, tucked among bills and circulars. But when Uncle Vernon saw the seal, he turned a shade of puce, not unlike old wallpaper. The envelope was thick, parchment-colored, and unmistakably magical. With trembling fingers and muttered protests, Vernon passed the letter to Harry. No howlers. No owls, just a single envelope, humming with a quiet kind of promise. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a cheerful, sprawling letter from Mrs. Weasley herself. The handwriting looped and danced across the page like laughter on a breeze. dear. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we hope this letter finds you well. We are writing to ask if Harry might join us for the remainder of the summer holiday and accompany us to the Quidditch World Cup. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and we'd be delighted to have him come along. We will, of course, pick him, up at your convenience. Perhaps by Muggle means this time. Warmest regards, Molly Weasley. Harry could almost hear her voice. Warm, bustling, flower-dusted. The words wrapped around him like a hug, and with them came something else. The scent of the Burrow, all chimney smoke and jam. The sound of Fred and George bickering. The sight of Ginny's shy smile. Ron's tall frame and gangly arms. It was more than an invitation. It was an escape, a lifeline, a way back into the world where he truly belonged. But the moment the Dursleys realized who the letter was from, the spell broke. Uncle Vernon puffed up like a toad. "They're coming. Here?" he sputtered. "To this house?" Harry kept calm. He'd been through this before. He knew the game. There were bribes, negotiations, the usual blustering threats, but deep down, Harry knew something else. He was going. The Dursleys wouldn't stop him, not now. And sure enough, after much growling and sulking, Vernon relented. Not because he cared, but because there was an unspoken agreement between them now. A fragile truce that Harry had earned through years of survival. They all went about the rest of the day in stiff, careful silence. Harry returned to his room with the letter clutched tightly in his hands, heart fluttering like a caged bird. He packed his trunk slowly, savoring the feeling. Each book, each robe, each magical trinket was a step away from Privet Drive and toward something real. As twilight fell, the air grew still. The house seemed to hold its breath. And Harry waited by the window, eyes scanning the sky, heart beating to the rhythm of possibility. He wasn't sure how the Weasleys would arrive this time. Not by flu powder, he hoped. He still remembered the soot and confusion of that last adventure. But however they came, he knew they would come with open arms. And as the stars began to prick the sky and Hedwig shifted sleepily in her cage, Harry smiled. The pain of the scar was distant now, the dream for the moment forgotten. In its place bloomed something far more powerful. Hope. For the first time in weeks, he felt it bloom quietly in his chest. A summer not of silence and chores, but of friendship, adventure, and magic. Soon, he would be surrounded by warmth and chaos and laughter. Soon he would sit beneath the sky with Ron and Hermione and watch firelight dance on tents and broomsticks. Soon, he would once again belong. Chapter 4. Back to the Burrow. It began with a roar, not of anger or thunder, but of fire. A strange, swirling, sucking sound that filled the living room of number 4 Privet Drive and startled every square inch of the neatly trimmed Dursley world. Harry had been waiting, sitting quietly on the sofa, trunk by the door, Hedwig's cage resting beside him. His heart had been pounding with quiet excitement for hours, and now, with the sudden whoosh of the fireplace igniting into bright green flame, the moment had come. The Weasleys had arrived, though perhaps not as smoothly as Mrs. Weasley had hoped. From the hearth, 4 shapes emerged one by one, spinning and stepping out through emerald light and chimney soot. First came Fred and George, identical grins plastered on soot-smudged faces. Then Ron, tall and sheepish, brushing ash from his shoulders. And last, Mr. Weasley, kind eyes behind round glasses, a deep fondness radiating from him like warmth from a stove. The Dursleys were frozen. Uncle Vernon's face turned a brilliant purple. Aunt Petunia looked as though she might faint. Dudley clutched his backside, whimpering, convinced that any magic might explode him on the spot. Mr. Weasley, for his part, was delightfully oblivious to the tension. He was far too interested in the electric kettle, and the toaster, and, oh, the plugs. Fascinating contraptions, he murmured, kneeling to inspect a socket. You say electricity flows through wires in the wall, do you? Harry grinned. It was chaos, but it was Weasley chaos. Warm, affectionate, and deeply familiar. But things, as they often do around magic, quickly went sideways. The Weasleys had intended to use flue powder to collect Harry, a simple matter of stepping into the fireplace and spinning away. But what they hadn't accounted for was the Dursleys' carefully sealed hearth, a metal grate, a fake log display. A glass panel, in short, no room for magic. The result was a burst of fire, a shattered electric fireplace, and a living room filled with smoke, coughing, and Mr. Weasley's sincere apologies. "We'll pay for all damages, of course," he offered, clearly mortified. "Though, I'm not entirely sure how much an electric fireplace costs. Do they come with spells?" Vernon Dursley's only response was a strangled sound, somewhere between a grunt and a growl. Harry, meanwhile, wasted no time. He seized his trunk, hoisted Hedwig's cage, and made a quick, quiet exit across the scorched rug. He gave the Dursleys a final glance. Dudley still pressed against the wall, Petunia fanning herself weakly, Vernon glaring holes into Mr. Weasley, and then he stepped into the fireplace. "See you," he said with a smile. And then the world spun. Green flame wrapped around him like silk in a storm. He was tumbling, rushing through hearths and homes, soot and sparks swirling past, until, at last, he landed with a soft thud in a very different place. The Burrow. Oh, how different it was. The ceiling was low and beamed with dark wood. The air smelled of cinnamon, fresh bread, and something faintly magical. The walls tilted slightly, and the stairs creaked with charm. "Harry!" came a warm cry. Mrs. Weasley rushed in, wiping, her hands on her apron. She embraced him like a mother who'd been waiting all summer to do just that. He was home. Behind her, the kitchen bustled with movement. Pots stirred themselves. A clock ticked, not with hours, but with labels like time, to feed the chickens, and "you're late." Gnome giggles echoed from outside. Ginny peeked around the corner shyly, then vanished again, cheeks pink. Fred and George barreled through with a box labeled "Don't Open Indoors." Ron rolled his eyes behind them, then clapped Harry on the shoulder. "You made it," he said. Harry nodded. "Barely," they laughed, not loud, not boisterous. Just that quiet, easy laugh of friends who'd been apart too long. Over supper, the Burrow filled with stories. Fred and George told tall tales of prank prototypes. Mr. Weasley recounted his field study of plug sockets. Mrs. Weasley shooed everyone into seats, placed steaming plates before them, and hummed a tune under her breath. Harry sat among them, soaking it all in. The clatter of forks, the squeak of chairs, the flicker of candlelight. It was crooked, cluttered, completely, wonderfully alive. He didn't say much. He didn't need to. Just being there, breathing the air, tasting the food, feeling the warmth, was enough. Later, as night deepened and the stars came out over the orchard, Harry and Ron climbed the rickety stairs to Ron's room. It was just as Harry remembered. Posters of the Chudley cannons peeling at the corners, an odd smell of socks and sweets, and the comforting creak of floorboards that had known many secrets. They talked a little about Quidditch, the World Cup, and what the new school year might bring. But soon their words slowed, their eyes drooped. The room dimmed and the Burrow exhaled into the hush of night. Harry lay back in the narrow bed, listening to the soft rustle of leaves outside the window. He closed his eyes. His scar did not ache. His heart felt full. And as sleep took him, gently and without fear, he knew. Here, in this crooked house full of magic and mess, he was safe. Chapter 5. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Morning came slowly to the Burrow. A rosy light slid across crooked windows, spilling into rooms like a whispered invitation. Downstairs, the house creaked and stirred, as if stretching its wooden limbs. And in Ron's room, Harry blinked awake, feeling the softness of early sunlight on his face. It was peaceful. No chores from the Dursleys, no looming shadows, no letters from ministry owls. Just the sound of birds and the faint clang of pots below. He dressed quietly, careful not to wake Ron, and padded down the stairwell that bent and sighed beneath his weight. The burrow was alive in that gentle way only early mornings can be. A kettle bubbling on its own, the scent of toast floating through the air, and Mrs. Weasley humming a soft tune as she wiped flour from her hands. She greeted Harry with a warm smile and a cup of something steaming, and in that simple exchange he felt something solid, a calm rootedness, as if the world for a moment was in no rush. But peace, in a house like this, never lasted long. And soon, the kitchen door burst open and Fred and George Weasley came tumbling through. "Morning, Mum," Fred said brightly. "Lovely day to cause a bit of mayhem," added George. They were grinning. But Harry noticed something more beneath the grin. A flicker of something secretive, something planned. Mrs. Weasley noticed too. "What's that in your pocket?" she asked, eyeing them with suspicion and affection in equal measure. "Just a bit of breakfast," Fred replied innocently. "To go," George added, patting his jacket. Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrowed. She didn't shout, not yet. But her voice took on a quiet firmness. "You two are not testing those tricks in this house. Not again. Not after what happened to the gnomes last week." Fred and George shared a look, half sheepish, half gleeful. And Harry, watching them, couldn't help but smile. Because Fred and George weren't like other boys. They weren't like Ron dreaming of glory on a Quidditch pitch, or like Percy chasing titles and rules. They were dreamers in disguise. Entrepreneurs wrapped in jokes. Their mischief wasn't random. It had direction, purpose. Later that morning, as the family prepared for their trip to the Quidditch World Cup, Harry caught a glimpse of it. A small, hand-lettered sign pinned to the twins' bedroom wall. Weasleys. Wizard Wheezes, coming soon. There were sketches, too, of enchanted sweets that caused nosebleeds on command, of trick wands that turned into rubber chickens, of fainting fancies, fireworks in jars, and Tun-Tung toffees. It was a world of color and chaos, a swirling dream of laughter and invention. But it was more than fun. Fred and George were building something, and they were doing it without permission. That afternoon, the moment arrived when the rebellion quietly unfurled. Mrs. Weasley, always bustling and fluttering, was reviewing the packing list. She had conjured a long roll of parchment and was checking it off with a quill that tapped impatiently. Ron's dress robes, yes. Ginny's, yes. Fred, George, your trunks packed? And remember, no joke items, not this time. The twins exchanged that look again, and then, before anyone could stop, Mrs. Weasley reached into Fred's trunk and pulled out a shimmering purple package marked Skiving Snack Box. Her eyes narrowed to slits. "What is this?" Fred tried a disarming smile. "A small innovation. Not ready for market," George added helpfully. But Mrs. Weasley wasn't amused. Her wand flicked, and the snack box vanished in a puff of smoke. "Absolutely not. You two will focus on your studies this year. No more of this." "Nonsense!" The words stung more than she likely knew, and for a moment, a quiet shadow passed over the twins' faces. Not angry, just resigned. They were used to not being taken seriously. But Harry saw them, really saw them. He could feel it in the way they stood slightly straighter after she'd gone. In the way they exchanged a quiet nod, already rebuilding plans in their minds. This wasn't about mischief. It was about independence. About creating something of their own. That evening, Harry found Fred and George in the orchard. They were tossing something back and forth, a small blue sweet that sparked with each throw. "Careful," Fred said, catching it one-handed. "Still needs testing." George grinned. "Want to see what it does?" Harry hesitated, then laughed softly. "Only if it doesn't turn my hair green." "No promises," Fred said. They didn't set it off. They just sat together, the three-eye. Of them watching the sunset streak the sky with amber and violet. "Do you think she'll ever understand?" George asked quietly. Harry looked toward the house, where Mrs. Weasley moved in the kitchen, backlit by golden light. "She's worried," he said. "But I think she'll come around. Fred nodded. Eventually. And then with a flick of his wand, he set the sweet on the ground, where it burst into a tiny puff of violet smoke that smelled like peppermint and made a flower bloom in the grass. They all laughed softly, not at the trick, but at the possibility. They were dreamers, these boys. Clever, bold, and slowly, quietly, shaping a world of their own making. That night, the burrow settled again. Lamps flickered, crickets sang. Harry lay in bed listening to the gentle creaks of the house. Fred and George were down the hall whispering in the dark, planning things no one else could quite imagine. He smiled into the pillow. Magic came in many forms, and sometimes it wore a grin. Chapter 6. The Portkey. Morning arrived early at the Burrow. Stillness wrapped in pale light, with the hush of fog blanketing the rolling countryside. It was the kind of morning that feels barely awake, as if the sky itself is holding back. A yawn. Inside the crooked, cozy home, the Weasleys were already up, the soft clink of cups and the low rustle of cloaks filling the quiet. Harry stirred, blinked against the early gray, and sat up in Ron's room, still warm from sleep, still wrapped in dreams. Today was the day. A trip to the Quidditch World Cup. A grand and glittering event he had only heard stories about. The kind of thing wizards whispered about like a myth, but they wouldn't be traveling in any ordinary way. Not by train, nor broom, nor flying car. No. Today, they would travel by Portkey. As Harry dressed, pulling on socks in the half-dark and squinting at his wrinkled jumper, he could hear Mr. Weasley downstairs, giving instructions in a whispering voice. Come on, come on. If we don't leave now, we'll miss our window. By the time Harry and Ron tumbled into the kitchen, the house was a gentle whirlwind. Mrs. Weasley handing out slices of toast like lifelines, Ginny yawning into her sleeve, Fred and George smuggling something mischievous in their pockets, the ray. Morning air was cool, and outside the grass sparkled with dew as if the earth itself were wearing 1,000 tiny diamonds. They set off on foot. Harry walked beside Ron, the damp grass brushing against their ankles, the sleepy hush of the hills stretching out around them. The world was soft and slow, still curled in the edges of dawn. They met Amos Diggory and his son, Cedric, just beyond the hedgerow path. Cedric was tall and easygoing, his Hufflepuff badge glinting faintly in the dim light. There was a quiet kindness to him, something steady and sure. Bit early for most, but the ministry prefers it quiet, said Amos with a chuckle, tapping his watch. Together they all made their way across the fields, the group growing, boots scuffing earth, breath visible in the crisp air. They climbed hills wrapped in fog. They passed a sleeping village where not even the roosters had begun to crow. And finally, after what felt like miles, they reached a hilltop where a lone boot sat in the grass. An old, worn-out boot. Tattered, scuffed, utterly ordinary. Harry blinked at it, then looked at Mr. Weasley. That's it? Mr. Weasley grinned. Yes, that's it. The beauty of the Portkey. It has to be something no one would touch. They all gathered close, 8, 10, 12 hands reaching for the old boot. Harry crouched, fingers brushing the damp leather. The wind whispered around them, the sky beginning to lighten. Ready? Called Mr. Weasley. 3, 2, 1. And suddenly, the world tilted. Harry's feet left the ground. He felt a pull behind his navel, as though some invisible cord had yanked him forward. The wind roared in his ears. Colors blurred. Green and blue and gold. The sky folded inward, then back again. He was spinning, faster, faster, air whipping past him in spirals of sound and speed. And then, with a thump, they landed. Harry stumbled, falling to his knees on soft, dewy grass. Around him, the others dropped to the ground like apples from a shaken tree, some laughing, some gasping, all dizzy from the ride. They had arrived. As he stood up, brushing grass from his trousers, Harry looked around. They were on another hill. But the landscape had changed. Rolling meadows stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with clusters of tents and flickering fires. A faint hum drifted on the breeze. Distant voices, magic in the air, the low murmur of thousands gathering. It was like the world had exhaled. "Welcome to the Quidditch World Cup," said Mr. Weasley, voice full of quiet pride. Tents of every color, shape, and size lined the distant fields. Some looked like simple canvas, others shimmered with enchantment. Flags fluttered, campfires glowed, and laughter drifted on the breeze like birdsong. Harry felt a swell of awe. This was the wizarding world at its fullest, not hidden in corners or tucked behind bricks. Here it sprawled, vast and vibrant, filled with families and friends and fanfare. As they made their way toward the campsite, Mr. Weasley stopped now and then to greet acquaintances, offering warm smiles and gentle jokes. And Harry, still catching his breath from the Portkey, found himself watching, soaking in every detail. The ground beneath his feet was damp but firm. The air smelled like morning and magic, and overhead the sky was turning gold. Fred and George were already whispering plans, spying out souvenir stands. Ron was trying to spot team flags in the distance. And Harry? He simply walked, his heart quiet and full, knowing this was only the beginning, not just of a journey across a field, but of something bigger, something that would unfold slowly, like a story told at twilight. And for now, in this peaceful dawn, with the scent of grass and the sky stretched wide, it was enough to just be here, among friends, in a world unfolding. Chapter 7. Bagman and Crouch. The morning mist still clung to the grass as the group wandered toward their assigned campsite. It was like a patchwork quilt of wizarding life, fields dotted with magical tents, glowing lanterns, and the gentle hum of enchantments. Everywhere Harry looked, he found something new to marvel at. Chimneys peeking from canvas, teapots floating midair, and garden gnomes being shooed away with giggles. Mr. Weasley, ever the cheerful guide, led the way through the meadows. Their spot had been arranged by the Ministry, space number 7, nestled between a family from Luxembourg and a chatty group of wizards wearing shamrock green robes. The tent was modest on the outside, just 2 small flaps and weathered poles. But inside? Inside was magic. As Harry stepped through the canvas, he felt a hush of awe settle in his chest. The inside of the tent stretched far beyond reason. There were beds with patchwork quilts, a tiny kitchen with copper pans, and a little sitting room with 2 squashy armchairs. A kettle was already bubbling on the stove. "It's like the TARDIS," Harry whispered, blinking. Ron gave him a puzzled look, but Mr. Weasley only beamed. "Marvelous, isn't it? I've always loved Muggle camping, but this is comfort." They unpacked their things slowly, letting the morning pass in a haze of soft activity. The sunlight grew warmer, and outside more witches and wizards arrived by the minute, some walking, others disapparating with soft cracks or emerging from strange objects that glowed and then vanished. The fields turned festive. Flags waved from tent poles, gold, green, crimson, blue, each one stitched with glittering house symbols or Quidditch crests. Children chased enchanted fireworks across the grass. A bagpipe played itself by a cauldron, and laughter rippled across the meadow like wind through tall grass. Harry wandered for a while with Ron, Fred, and George, exploring the maze of tents. They passed one with live peacocks wandering in and out, another that had a chimney shaped like a serpent. In one corner, a wizard was trying to force a plug into a tree trunk, muttering something about getting the electricity working. Everywhere was wonder and magic, and the feeling of being part of something ancient and grand. When they returned to their own campsite, Percy was sitting at the folding table, polishing a Ministry of Magic badge. It gleamed with the title Department of International Magical Cooperation, and he wore it with pride. Soon after, 2 figures arrived, one tall and broad, the other stooped and silent. Ludo Bagman was the first. He looked like he had stepped straight, from a poster. Blonde hair, rosy cheeks, and a wide grin. His robes were canary yellow, embroidered with a large black bat, Wimborne Wasps, his old Quidditch team. Bagman was full of cheer and booming laughter. He clapped Fred and George on the back, teased Percy about his badge, and chatted as if everyone were an old friend. "Enjoying yourselves?" he asked, surveying the camp with pleasure. "It's going to be the best match yet." Harry could see why people liked him. He had that effortless charm, that warmth that drew others close. But behind the laughter, there was a restlessness to him, a flicker of something hurried. Then came Barty Crouch. Crouch was the opposite of Bagman in law. Every way, he was tall and thin with a rigid back and sharp, precise movements. His robes were crisp, not a wrinkle in sight, and his shoes were polished to a mirror finish. He nodded politely to the group but didn't smile. "Everything in order?" he asked curtly, checking a parchment. "No magical disturbances, I hope." "Mister." Weasley assured him all was well, but Crouch barely lingered. He turned swiftly and moved on, disappearing between tents like a shadow. As the two men vanished into the crowd, Fred whispered, "He's the one who sent his own son to Azkaban." George elbowed him gently, and the conversation shifted as sunlight filtered down through the fabric of the tent like liquid gold. Later, as afternoon melted into evening, the fields grew busier. Vendors arrived, wheeling carts filled with blinking merchandise, team scarves that sang, mini broomsticks that buzzed in the air, programs that flipped their own pages. Harry bought a pair of omnioculars, a magical set of binoculars that could replay, slow down, and zoom in on every movement. Fred and George eyed the crowd, murmuring about opportunities, always dreaming of their joke shop. A hush seemed to settle just before sunset. The air thickened with anticipation. People began filing toward the stadium, voices low with excitement, feet padding softly across the grass. Harry stood at the crest of a hill and gasped. The Quidditch World Cup stadium was like something from a dream. It rose high into the air, golden towers and glowing arches, enchanted lights sparkling along its edges. It was massive, able to seat hundreds of thousands, and yet it shimmered, half hidden by spells that softened its size. Flags from every country waved along the stands. A soft wind rustled the rows of seats like the turning of a page, but that, Harry knew, would be tomorrow. For now, the world was still spinning gently, full of light, laughter, and long shadows stretching across the meadow. Inside their tent that night, the Weasleys played a quiet game of exploding snap. Ginny fell asleep in an armchair. Mr. Weasley hummed as he tidied up the teacups. Harry sat by the tent flap, watching the stars come out one by one. He felt full of wonder, of warmth, of the sense that he was standing on the edge of something vast and unknown. Tomorrow, the match. Tomorrow, the roar of the crowd. But tonight was for quiet. A soft breath before the cheer, a whispered name in the grass, and the hush of magic just beyond reach. Chapter 8. The Quidditch World Cup. Morning arrived like a whisper through the trees. A hush of light touched the hills, and far off a soft hum stirred the air, like the world breathing in before something marvelous. Harry blinked awake. In the tent, surrounded by the sleepy rustle of blankets and the muffled sounds of the campsite coming to life. Mr. Weasley was already bustling about, gentle in his movements, trying not to wake anyone too soon. The kettle whistled quietly, and outside voices began to rise, low and bright, thick with excitement. The Quidditch World Cup would begin in just a few hours. Ron stirred beside Harry, stretching and yawning, and soon everyone was dressing, laughing, preparing. Even Percy looked slightly less stiff as he polished his badge with focused enthusiasm. Breakfast was light but full of warmth. Toast cooked over a magical flame, mugs of tea passed hand to hand, and a nervous energy dancing. In the air. It felt like Christmas morning, but older, deeper, tied to something ancient and shared. Soon, Mr. Weasley called them together. It was time to make their way to the stadium. The path wound through the meadows and into the trees, surrounded by hundreds of other witches and wizards. They walked like pilgrims, everyone dressed in team colors, some with glowing cloaks, others with enchanted face paint, a few floating slightly above the ground with excitement. "Don't forget your omnioculars," Mr. Weasley called softly. Harry clutched his close. As they approached, the trees opened, and there it was. The stadium. It rose before them like a mountain of light. Soaring stands curved around a vast field, each section enchanted to glitter in different shades: green, gold, crimson, silver. Flags flew high, fluttering in a wind that tasted like stardust. Fireworks sparked occasionally from the towers, though the match hadn't yet begun. The air thrummed with magic. They climbed higher and higher, spiraling staircases that wound through the towers until they reached their seats at the very top. The view was breathtaking. The whole field stretched out below them, perfectly round and golden under the morning sun. Tiny figures darted about far below, adjusting final enchantments, polishing broomsticks, aligning banners that rippled on command. Beside Harry sat Ron, eyes wide with wonder, and Mr. Weasley, who looked as delighted as a boy again. All around, them, the stands filled. Thousands of witches and wizards of every kind, robes of every cut, hats of every shape, children waving glowing wands. There was a sense of unity, of something bigger than any one person, a celebration of magic, of skill, of joy, and then it began. A loud musical voice echoed across the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The crowd erupted into cheers. Harry's heart leapt. The announcer introduced the referee, Hassan. Mostafa, a stern-looking wizard with twinkling eyes, and the teams began to take the field. First came Bulgaria. Clad in deep red, they flew in with precision and power. The crowd roared, and from the Bulgarian section, cheers rang out, proud and thunderous. Then came Ireland. Emerald robes shimmered as they spiraled into the sky with joyful abandon, their movements full of flair and fire. Golden fireworks burst overhead as the Irish team circled the pitch, their brooms leaving glowing trails behind them. And now, a special performance by the Vila, the announcer called. From the Bulgarian side they appeared. The Vila, creatures of stunning beauty, otherworldly in their presence. They danced across the field, and the air itself seemed to soften, to shimmer with enchantment. Men in the crowd leaned forward, hypnotized, while the sky glittered with silver motes. Fred tried to climb over the railing in a daze. Mr. Weasley yanked him back, red in the face. Then the leprechauns emerged, Ireland's mascots, bursting from the opposite side of the pitch in a flurry of golden light and sparkling laughter. They tossed gold coins into the air, which danced and vanished before they touched the ground. The sky seemed alive with magic, and finally, with a final swell of music and flame, the match began. Harry leaned forward, eyes wide, omnioculars pressed, to his face. It was faster than anything he'd seen. The quaffle moved like lightning, passed between Irish chasers with dizzying speed. Their coordination was flawless, Moran, Connolly, and Ryan flying as one, spinning and weaving through the air like dancers. The Bulgarian team countered with sheer strength, particularly their seeker, Victor Krum. He was young, only a few years, older than Harry, but already a legend. His flight was different from the others, stiff, almost clumsy, but with sudden bursts of precision, like a hawk diving from the clouds. Harry watched, breath caught, as Krum vanished from view and then appeared again high above the pitch, eyes scanning, focused and still. The score soared, 10 points, 20-30. Ireland surged ahead and the crowd chanted, flags waving, voices rising like song. Fred and George shouted happily, waving their scarves, while Percy tried to track statistics in his program. Suddenly, Krum dove. A heartbeat skipped. The stadium held its breath. Was it the snitch? No, he pulled up sharply at the last second, causing the Irish seeker to crash into the ground. Gasps and cheers echoed across the stands. It was a feint, a move so skilled and rare it had a name, the Wronski feint. Harry was spellbound. The match went on. An hour, then 2. Ireland remained ahead by a wide margin, their teamwork unmatched, and then a glint of gold. Crumb shot forward, true this time, and the Irish seeker gave chase. They spiraled around the stadium, up, then down, the snitch a flickering spark between them. With a final stretch, Crumb reached, his fingers closed, and the whistle blew. The match was over. Bulgaria had caught the snitch, but Ireland had won the match. The final score was 170 to 160. Confusion rippled through the crowd at first. How could the team that caught the snitch still lose? But soon, cheers returned. Both sides erupted into celebration. The Irish fans shouted and danced. The Bulgarian fans applauded their seeker, who had ended the match on his terms. And Crumb, silent, solitary, flew back to the ground, face expressionless, his team surrounding him with quiet pride. As the crowd began to descend the stands, voices, buzzing, the world still bright with magic, Harry felt as if he had seen something timeless, a moment that would never come again. A match not just of skill, but of heart. And somewhere deep inside he knew. This was more than sport. It was story. It was soul. It was the heart of the wizarding world, beating loud and bright in the open sky. They made their way back to the tent in a daze of delight. The match echoed behind them like a song, and even the stars seemed to shimmer more brightly that night. And somewhere in the distance, the world held its breath once more, waiting. Chapter 9. The Dark Mark. Night had fallen like a velvet curtain over the Quidditch grounds. The sky above was a canopy of stars, soft and endless, as if nothing in the world could go wrong. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys returned to their tent, glowing with the afterlight of the match. They replayed it breathlessly. Connolly's goal, Crumb's Wronski feint, the leprechaun's glittering dance. Laughter warmed the air. Even Percy looked less rigid than usual, his tie loosened, cheeks slightly flushed. Inside the tent, the lantern flickered low, casting soft golden light on their tired faces. Molly Weasley fussed over her children, offering hot cocoa and extra blankets. Sleep settled slowly, like a mist, and for a while, all was quiet. But the stillness did not last. Somewhere in the deep hours of the night, a scream pierced the dark. Not loud, not sharp, but distant and chilling. Harry sat bolt upright, heart thudding. Outside, voices rose in confusion, panic skittering through the camp like wind through dry leaves. "Out of the tent now!" came Mr. Weasley's voice, firm, quick, no longer gentle. They scrambled outside into a flickering chaos. Smoke curled low over the grass. People were running, wizards and witches in pajamas, clutching children, dragging blankets, calling names. Then, through the blur, they saw it, floating high above. The field, like puppets dangling from invisible strings, were several Muggle campsite workers, limp and turning slowly in the air. Below them, cloaked figures moved, dark shapes in hoods, wands raised, marching. They laughed cruelly, toying with the floating bodies like they were playthings. It was a sight so grotesque, so wrong, it pulled the warmth from the night. The Death Eaters had returned. Panic bloomed in every direction. "Stay together," Mr. Weasley said urgently. "Stick with me." But the crowd churned like a storm tide. People pushed, shouted, fled. Harry felt the ground shift under his feet as they ran into the woods. He held on to Ron's arm, trying to keep Hermione close, their breath sharp and fast in the cool air. Through the trees they tumbled, over roots and under branches. Lanterns bobbed in the distance like fireflies. Spells flashed, green and red and silver, fizzing into the sky like silent lightning. They didn't know where they were going, only that they needed to get away. Then, suddenly, Harry fell. He hit the ground with a thump and rolled. His hands met grass, his glasses askew. When he looked up, Ron and Hermione were gone. He scrambled to his feet, heart hammering. The woods were quieter here, a little clearing, moonlit and still. He caught his breath, listening. And then he heard voices, just beyond the trees. One was shrill, angry, another deeper, cautious. They spoke of something hidden, someone watching them. Harry ducked low, heart thudding, and then a flash of green light, a rush of heat, a scream, and high above the trees, a burst of sickly green erupted into the sky. The dark mark, a skull, a serpent. It hovered, pulsing, above the clearing, casting an eerie glow that touched the trees like frost. It was Voldemort's symbol, a relic of the past, a reminder of fear long buried. To those who had lived through the war, it meant death. It meant he had come. Harry's breath caught in his throat, but before he could move, figures rushed into the clearing. Wizards in ministry robes, wands drawn, they shouted and stunned before questions. Harry, dazed, was thrown backward, landing hard. He barely had time to cry out before others arrived. Mr. Weasley, Percy, even Bill and Charlie, pushing through, trying to explain. From the shadows, a young man emerged, pale, panicked, trembling. It was Winky, the house elf, and at her feet, a wand, the very wand that had cast the mark. The air snapped with tension. Mr. Crouch, normally composed and cold, looked furious, beyond reason. He accused Winky of stealing a wand, of breaking orders, of shaming him. Winky sobbed, too frightened to speak. Hermione stood tall, voice quivering but clear. She defended the elf, questioning how such a small, trembling creature could have conjured such dark magic. But Mr. Crouch would not listen. In a burst of cold fury, he dismissed Winky, banished her. The little elf crumpled, her world ending not with fire, but with cold words and silence. And then, in the quiet that followed, Mr. Diggory, the elder, picked up the wand, examining it. He turned to Harry. "Is this yours?" Harry nodded slowly, confused. He hadn't even realized it was missing. "Someone must have stolen it from you," Amos Diggory muttered, still troubled. "Used it to cast the mark. But who? And why?" The forest held no answers, only shadows and smoke and the strange taste of dread. Eventually, the group made its way back through the trees. Dawn was breaking, a dull gray light creeping across the fields. The campsite was in shambles, tents burned, flags torn, people sitting in dazed clusters, nursing bruises, comforting children. The magic of the night had crumbled into ash. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved quietly among the others. No one spoke much. Even Fred and George seemed shaken, subdued. Mr. Weasley helped the ministry with cleanup, his face lined with worry. There was talk, low and fearful, of the Death Eaters returning, of the dark mark rising again, of old darkness that had never truly vanished. In the silence, Harry touched his scar. It didn't hurt, but it felt warm, distant, watching. He said nothing. As they returned to their tents, the sky now streaked with morning, Harry lay awake in his bunk, eyes open. He thought of Crumb. He thought of Winky. He thought of the shadowy figures in the woods and the green light in the sky. And most of all, he thought of Voldemort. Not gone. Not forgotten. Somewhere, he was stirring, waiting. And Harry, though safe for now, could feel the shift. A change in the wind. Chapter 10, Mayhem at the Ministry. Morning came reluctantly to the fields of the Quidditch World Cup, not with birdsong or golden light, but with a heavy hush and ash upon the wind. Tents sagged, flags hung limp, the aftermath of the night's. Terror was written on every face. Inside the Weasley tent, the air was thick with exhaustion. Harry lay still, his eyes open to the pale canvas above. The green of the dark mark had faded, but the feeling hadn't. Something had shifted in the world. Mr. Weasley was already dressed. His face was drawn tight with worry, and his wand was tucked in his belt like a constant thought. He moved about the tent quietly, gathering things with brisk, practiced hands. "There'll be trouble at the office," he murmured to Molly, who stood nearby with her lips pressed tight. "You're needed?" she asked, voice gentle. He nodded, and with a soft sigh, kissed her cheek. Arthur turned then to his children, his real ones, and the ones who had become his in other ways. Harry, Hermione. "Back to the Burrow," he said. "Pack quickly." The mood was one of quiet urgency. No one laughed, no one complained. They understood, without being told, that something serious had happened. As they made their way across the trampled fields, Harry saw the remains of last night's chaos: charred wood, burned canvas, a toy broomstick half melted, lying forgotten, near a blackened patch of earth. The Ministry wizards were everywhere, darting between tents, casting spells to erase evidence, soothing frightened muggles who had been obliviated but still looked shaken. Their robes were creased, their eyes sleepless. They passed Mr. Crouch, standing stiff-backed, issuing orders like cold rain. There was no sign of Winky. The return trip was silent. The Portkey was a battered boot this time, dull and muddy, and they gathered around it, pressing fingers to its worn leather as they waited for the tug behind the navel that would take them home. In a swirl of wind and light, the morning blurred. And then they were back. The Burrow greeted them like a breath of warmth, its crooked walls, its gently leaning chimney. The scent of eggs and toast wafted through the air as if the night had never happened, but it had, and the memory sat quietly at the edge of every thought. Molly clucked over them all, trying to chase away the gloom with food and care. She pressed extra bacon onto plates, poured tea, and watched each face carefully. But no one could pretend for long. They spoke in low voices about what had happened, about the floating muggles, the cloaked figures, the dark mark. "Why now?" Ron asked, frowning. "Why would they come back?" Hermione, ever thoughtful, traced the rim of her teacup. "It's not just them," she said softly. "It's the fear that it's starting again." Harry was silent. He hadn't told them everything. About the dream, about the voice, about the way his scar had burned like fire. That was his secret, for now. In the afternoon, Mr. Weasley returned. He looked more tired than ever, his eyes shadowed with the kind of fatigue that lives behind the eyes. "Well," he said, sitting heavily, "it's all chaos." He told them the Ministry was working overtime, covering up the incident, convincing the Muggle authorities it was all just a storm, trying to erase the image of the skull in the sky from people's memories. "Fudge is furious," he said, rubbing his temples. "Wants it all hushed up." "Typical," murmured Bill. "And Crouch?" Percy asked, sounding anxious. "What's he said?" Arthur sighed. "Claimed the elf acted on her own, denied everything. No knowledge, no connection. Fired her immediately." Hermione's mouth dropped open. "She didn't do it," she whispered. "You could see that." "I know," Arthur said gently. "But politics, Hermione. Appearances." He didn't sound proud of it. Diggory found. "The wand," Percy offered. "Cast a prior incantado?" Arthur nodded. "Yes, and it showed the dark mark spell." "Which means," Hermione began, but Arthur held up a hand. "They think someone used Harry's wand. Maybe stole it. Maybe planted it. No one's sure." Harry felt the weight of it. The strange, invisible hand that had reached into his pocket, stolen a piece of him, and left behind only fear. He didn't know who or how, but he felt watched. Percy, still trying to sound official, added that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was interviewing everyone, taking statements, compiling reports. But, so far, no leads. "Too many people," Arthur murmured. "Too much confusion." He glanced out the window where the sun had begun to set behind the hills. "We've had peace for 13 years, he said, "but something's changing." The words hung in the air like smoke. The rest of the evening passed quietly. Fred and George tinkered with a few joke items, but without their usual spark. Ginny curled up with a book. Ron and Harry played a lazy game of wizard chess. Hermione wrote carefully in her notebook, brows furrowed. Later that night, Harry lay in bed beneath the sloping ceiling, the soft ticking of the clock the only sound. He thought of the stadium, the floating muggles, the silver flash of spells, the mark in the sky. He thought of Winky, lost, banished, scared. And then he touched his forehead. The scar did not burn, but it pulsed, softly, quietly, like a whisper beneath skin. Chapter 11. Aboard the Hogwarts Express. The days that followed were hushed and ordinary in the Burrow, a soft lull of safety before the next turn in the tale. Piles of spellbooks were gathered, robes refolded, and last-minute supplies were packed with sighs and laughter. But beneath it all, something quieter stirred, a tremor that hadn't quite settled since the World Cup. An edge of nervousness that even Mrs. Weasley's best cooking couldn't completely soften. And so, on a soft September morning, the air still tasting faintly of late summer, the Weasleys. Harry and Hermione readied themselves for King's Cross. Trunks were strapped. Hedwig hooted gently from her cage, and Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, fluttered in dizzy circles, chirping with frantic excitement, a bright little blur in the morning light. Mr. Weasley, back from another long night at the Ministry, yawned into his sleeve and helped shrink the luggage for travel. With a pop and a pull, they apparated in twos, each arrival near platform 9 3/4, marked with laughter and rebalancing. And then there it was again, that magical stone wall between platforms 9 and 10, a secret gateway known only to those who had stepped through it before. One by one, they passed through. And on the other side, as always, was the train. The same. Hogwarts Express waited like an old friend, scarlet paint gleaming, steam curling upward like breath, the gentle chug and hiss a heartbeat that called to all who knew it. Harry took it in with a quiet exhale. He was going back. Back to the castle, to the enchanted ceilings, to the floating candles and creaking staircases, to the strange, wonderful, and sometimes dangerous life that only Hogwarts could offer. The group moved along the platform, seeking a compartment. Fred and George disappeared somewhere ahead, mischief already lighting their eyes. Ron, Harry, and Hermione found a quiet space near the end of the train. Once the trunks were stowed and the animals settled, they sank into the familiar red seats, letting the rhythm of the train lull them into the gentle beginning of the year. The whistle blew. The platform drifted away, and soon the city was behind them, replaced by countryside that rolled by like a painting in motion. Green fields, scattered cottages, low hills swaying gently beneath a pale sky. Inside the compartment, they began to talk. Ron still grumbled about Winky's dismissal. Hermione, impassioned, spoke again about house elf rights, her words earnest if a bit rushed. "We've got to do something," she said. "No one else is going to stand up for them." Ron rolled his eyes, but Harry could see she wasn't about to let this go. Outside, trees began to line the tracks, a forest slipping past like a secret never spoken aloud. And then, a soft knock on the glass. The door slid open, and a tall boy stepped in. He was thin, with white blonde hair and a smirk that rarely meant kindness. Draco Malfoy. Flanked, as always, by Crabbe and Goyle, he leaned casually against the doorway. Well, he drawled. "Off to save the world again, Potter." Harry stayed quiet. Malfoy glanced at Ron and sneered. "Still wearing second-hand robes, Weasley? Bit tragic. Still hiding behind your father's name, Malfoy?" Ron shot back, flushing. Malfoy's eyes glinted. "Careful, Weasley," he said, softly. "You never know who's watching these days." With that, he turned and left, the door sliding shut with a faint click. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Prat," Ron muttered. Hermione crossed her arms. "He knows something," she said, "or thinks he does." The mood shifted, a little more thoughtful, a little more wary. Outside, the sky had begun to dim. Soft shadows stretched across the fields, and golden light filtered through clouds like whispers. A trolley came by with sweets, and they filled the small table with chocolate frogs and cauldron cakes, each treat a comfort, a ritual that made the world feel normal again. As the train wound through the landscape, the trio spoke more quietly. About classes, about who might teach defense against the dark arts this year, since the post, as always, remained cursed with a yearly turnover. "I just hope it's someone who lasts longer than a few weeks," Ron said. Harry thought of Moody. The dream. The scar. He didn't say anything. The sun dipped lower. Twilight painted the world in blue and silver. And then, at last, the train began to slow. They changed into their robes. The click of the train beneath them grew quieter, more drawn out. Outside, the window, the great lake glistened, still in black like a sleeping mirror, and beyond it, just peeking into view, Hogwarts. Towers rising from stone. Windows glowing with welcome. A silhouette of magic carved into the mountainside. Harry felt his heart lift. He was home. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and the platform bustled once more. Prefects. Calling names, first years wide-eyed with awe. The older students climbed into thestral-drawn carriages, the creatures invisible to those who hadn't seen death. They moved as if pulled by wind and shadow. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped into one of the carriages, the door creaking shut behind them. As they rode through the night, the castle grew larger, closer. Warm lights glowed through windows, and the scent of the lake and pine drifted in on the breeze. They were nearly there. Another year had begun, and though none of them could know what awaited, the train had done its quiet work, carrying them forward, one gentle turn of the wheels at a fall. Time, Chapter 12, The Triwizard Tournament. Night settled fully over the castle as the carriages rolled to a stop. The smell of damp earth and moss clung to the air, and above them, the great turrets of Hogwarts stood like sleeping giants, lit softly by golden lanterns and the faintest touch of moonlight. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped out, their eyes lifted to the castle they knew so well. And yet this time, something felt subtly different, as if the stones themselves held a breath. Inside, the great hall was ablaze with floating candles and the shimmer of stars enchanted across the ceiling. 4 long tables waited, filled with students in house colors, their voices a hum of excitement and homecoming. At the front, the staff table stretched beneath the high windows, and in the center sat Albus Dumbledore, as serene and unflappable as ever, his silver beard glowing faintly in the candlelight. They took their places at the Gryffindor table. Familiar faces smiled and waved. Seamus, Dean, Neville, and the others. The hall filled with rustling robes, clinking goblets, and the warm sounds of reunion. Then, in a soft clearing of voice and hush of magic, Dumbledore rose. His eyes twinkled, but his tone was calm, deliberate. "Good evening," he began, voice echoing gently across the hall. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Let us begin, as ever, with a feast." And with that, the platters appeared. Golden roast potatoes, steaming meats, baskets of warm bread, and platters of roasted vegetables, all blooming into being on the long oak tables. Laughter rolled like waves. Plates filled, emptied, and filled again. And somewhere in the background, the shadows of the ceiling danced with floating stars. When the feast ended, the food faded away as if exhaled by the castle itself, and the room once again turned its attention to the headmaster. Dumbledore stood once more, this time with a softness in his step that suggested something important was to be shared. "I have a few start-of-term announcements," he said, hands lightly resting on the back of his chair. "First, I'd like to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be substituting occasionally for Professor Hagrid." Polite applause met the name, but Harry glanced at Hagrid's empty chair with mild concern. Where was he? Dumbledore continued, his voice warm, yet touched with a quiet formality. "Now, this year will be unlike any other. I am pleased to announce that Hogwarts will be hosting a legendary event, one not seen in many generations. A stillness settled across the room. Thy Gyu. Triwizard tournament. There was a pause. And then, like ripples across a still lake, the whispers began. Harry leaned toward Ron. The what? Ron's eyes were wide. It's a competition. An ancient one, he whispered. Between the three biggest wizarding schools. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. It's huge. Dumbledore's voice rose just slightly above the murmurs. This is a chance for magical cooperation, for friendship beyond borders, and for one student from each school to represent their house. In heritage and a series of tasks, his eyes passed across the sea of students, full of wonder and perhaps a trace of caution. The tasks are dangerous, he said softly, which is why an age restriction has been imposed this year. No student under the age of 17 will be permitted to submit their name. There was a groan from many of the younger students. Fred and George especially looked deeply disappointed. But, Dumbledore added, with a flicker of that ever-present spark in his gaze, for those eligible, this will be a chance to make history. Excitement hummed through the hall like bees in a field. Students began speculating immediately. Who would come from the other schools? What would the tasks be? Would anyone from Hogwarts win? As the final announcements wound down and Dumbledore led them in the school song, Harry couldn't help but feel a strange flutter beneath the joy. He'd faced many things at Hogwarts, some thrilling, some terrifying, but this felt different. Bigger, older, a tradition built in magic older than he could imagine. A story from a time when magic meant more than just spells and charms. It meant legends. As they followed the prefects to the Gryffindor common room, the whispers of the Triwizard tournament followed them like falling leaves. I bet the tasks are insane, Seamus murmured as they climbed the stairs. Do you think Victor Crumb will come? Asked Dean, eyes lit with Quidditch reverence. Fred and George were already scheming. We're not letting some rule stop us, Fred muttered, and George grinned. There's always a way around age lines. But for Harry, there was only a quiet hum of curiosity. He wasn't old enough to enter, and yet he felt drawn to it, like the pull of a dream you don't quite remember, but can't stop feeling. That night, as he lay in his four-poster bed, listening to Ron's steady breathing in the dark, Harry looked up at the ceiling and let his thoughts drift. A tournament. Champions. Tasks filled with danger and honor. And visitors from far-off lands, their languages and spells and styles folding into Hogwarts like threads in a tapestry. The castle, always full of secrets, now held new ones. New rooms might open, new faces would arrive, and somewhere in all of that something else stirred too. A whisper of unease, of fate perhaps, or of something waiting beneath the surface, watching with eyes unseen. But for now, sleep beckoned. Soft and still. The fire in the common room crackled low. The wind outside curled around the towers, and in the heart of Hogwarts, a new story had quietly begun to unfold. The Triwizard tournament was coming, and with it, the quiet, thrilling promise of the unknown. Chapter 13. Mad-Eye Moody. Morning came wrapped in gray clouds and the smell of wet stone. Hogwarts was quieter than usual, the excited buzz of the previous night replaced by a subtle hush, like the castle itself was holding its breath. Breakfast was slow, the great hall filled with the clatter of cutlery and the rustle of parchment as schedules were handed out. Harry took his with a sleepy nod and unfolded it beside Ron and Hermione. Double herbology first, Ron groaned, inspecting the parchment like it had betrayed him personally. At least we've got defense against the dark arts after, Hermione said, far too bright for the early hour. I wonder what the new professor is like, they all wondered. No one had seen Professor Moody arrive. Rumors swirled like smoke. He was mad, paranoid, dangerous, half-blind, a dual-hardened Auror who had faced unspeakable darkness and lived to tell the tale. And some said he talked to himself, argued with the air, saw things no one else could. See? They gathered their books and cloaks and made their way through the damp grounds to the greenhouses. Professor Sprout greeted them with her usual earth-streaked cheer, and soon they were elbow-deep in bubotuber pus and enchanted compost, the air thick with the scent of garlic and rain. But all the while, Harry felt a strange flutter at the back of his neck. Something like expectation. Or unease. When the bell rang, they cleaned up, packed their bags, and made their way inside, up stone steps slick with drizzle, through arched corridors where suits of armor watched silently, and toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. It was darker than usual when they entered. The torches burned low, and a kind of hush settled as students took their seats. There was no sign of the professor, until slowly a heavy wooden door creaked open at the front of the room, and in stepped a man like no one Harry had ever seen. He was tall and rugged, wrapped in a cloak patched with old spells and darker stains. One leg clunked against the floor, wooden with iron bands, and his face was lined and weathered like old parchment. But it was his eye that stilled the room. His left eye was normal, though sharp, alert. But the other, the right one, it was a brilliant electric blue, and it moved. Not just side to side, but in every direction, independently of the other. It rolled and spun and seemed to pierce the walls themselves. It was unsettling, and somehow mesmerizing. "Morning," he rasped. His voice was gravel and thunder, but quiet. "Name's Moody, Alastair Moody, but you can call me Professor." He limped to the front of the class, cloak dragging like mist. "I've been brought in for one reason, to teach you how to defend yourselves. Not from pixies or grindylows, but from the real stuff. The stuff that waits in the dark, the stuff that can kill." A few students shifted in their chairs. Moody's eyes swiveled toward them. "All right," he said, suddenly businesslike. "Let's get straight to it. Who can tell me about the unforgivable curses?" There was a silence. Then Hermione's hand rose. She explained quickly, voice slightly breathless. "There are three. Avada Kedavra, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse. They're called unforgivable because their use against another human being is illegal. Anyone caught using one gets a life sentence in Azkaban." Moody nodded, the corners of his mouth twitching toward something that might have been approval. "Correct. And today, we're going to see them." Gasps echoed through the room. Moody turned toward a large glass jar on his desk and reached inside, pulling out a spider, a large one, black-legged and twitching. He placed it on the desk and raised his wand. Crucio. At once the spider writhed and twitched, its legs curling and flailing. The class watched in horrified silence. "That," Moody said evenly, "is the Cruciatus Curse. Causes excruciating pain, not a mark left, but it can drive you mad." He ended the spell, and the spider lay stunned. Ron looked pale. Neville had gone stiff, his hands clutching the edge of the desk. Next came the Imperious Curse. With another incantation, the spider began to perform odd, playful movements, twirling, leaping, obeying Moody's wand like a puppet on invisible strings. "Total control," Moody explained. "They won't know they're being controlled. You could make them do anything. Anything." The class was silent. Then, slowly, Moody turned his wand on the spider once more. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light, soft, almost elegant in its suddenness, and the spider collapsed. Limp, lifeless. No scream, no mess. Just gone. "That's the killing curse," Moody said. "No counter curse, no block. Only one person has ever survived it." His eye moved, settled on Harry. Only for a second, and then moved on. The lesson ended in a hush. They filed out of the classroom slowly, some in thoughtful silence, others whispering. "That was intense," Ron said once they reached the corridor. "I mean, he actually showed us. He used them." Hermione's brow was furrowed. "He's allowed. Dumbledore must have approved it, but still, they noticed Neville walking quietly ahead, pale and withdrawn. "Hey, Neville," Hermione said gently, catching up with him. "You all right?" He nodded, not looking up. "Fine. Just tired." But something lingered in his silence. Later, that evening in the Gryffindor common room, the fire flickered and cast long shadows on the walls. Harry sat in one of the armchairs thinking. Mad-Eye Moody was different. Not just in looks or manner, but in presence. He wasn't like any other teacher. He didn't soften truths or avoid discomfort. He showed them the real world, and the things that waited in it. But Harry also felt a strange sort of admiration. Moody wasn't cruel, just unflinching. And perhaps in a world where danger lingered just beyond the veil, that kind of caution wasn't madness at all. It was survival. Chapter 14, The Unforgivable Curses. The day after Mad-Eye Moody's first lesson felt different. The castle had not changed, not truly, but the air held a quiet weight to it, as if the stones themselves remembered something troubling. Even the ghosts seemed to float a little more slowly through the corridors. Harry awoke with the memory of green light behind his eyes. That flash, not loud, not dramatic, but absolute. The kind of silence that follows the end of something, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. He had seen it once before, in a dream, or a memory. The night his parents died, the night he didn't. Now he had seen it again, softly, in a classroom, on a spider. But even in miniature, the spell had been final. There was no homework assigned from Moody's lesson, but the students couldn't stop thinking about it. In the Great Hall at breakfast, talk of unforgivable curses wove between mouthfuls of toast and murmured questions. "Did you see Neville?" Hermione whispered. Harry nodded. "He looked shaken." Ron frowned. "I mean, who wouldn't be?" Hermione gave them both a meaningful glance. Neville's parents were tortured with the Cruciatus curse. That's what happened to them. Silence settled like frost. They didn't need to say more. Later that day, Professor Moody asked to see Neville privately after class. No one knew what was said, but when Neville returned to the common room that night, his eyes were brighter. In his arms, he carried a small, battered book on magical plants. Professor Moody gave it to me, he said simply. Said he thought I'd like it. And Neville did. He sat by the fire for hours, turning pages carefully, one after another, lips moving silently as he read. It was not the only change Moody brought to Hogwarts. In lessons, he introduced them to jinxes and counter curses, to shielding, charms and reflex spells. He showed them how to think defensively, how to expect the unexpected. He called it constant vigilance. But it wasn't fear he taught. It was awareness, a readiness, not of war, but of wisdom. Still, the lesson on the unforgivable curses lingered like mist. For days afterward, students whispered about them in hallways. Some were curious, others were frightened, most were both. One evening, as twilight slipped like ink through the windows of the Gryffindor common room, Hermione sat with a book open on her knees. "These curses," she said quietly, "they weren't always called unforgivable." Harry looked up. In ancient times, they were just powerful magic. It was only after the Ministry was formed that they were banned. "Because people used them?" Ron asked. Hermione nodded. "For terrible things. The Cruciatus curse. It doesn't just hurt the body. It breaks the mind. And the imperious curse takes away someone's will, their freedom. And the killing curse, well, it ends everything." Harry sat in silence, staring into the fire. He thought of Neville, of Moody's lesson, of his own scar, and somewhere in the deep, still places of his heart, he thought of Voldemort. What would it be like, he wondered, to have no hesitation, to wield those spells without flinching? But Harry wasn't made that way. He knew it, as surely as he knew the sound of Hermione turning pages beside him. Later that week, during their next defense lesson, Moody invited volunteers to try resisting the Imperious Curse. He began with small objects, enchanted beetles, bewitched coins, little tricks to demonstrate how easily a mind could be bent. Then, carefully and under supervision, he cast the curse on students. Only briefly and with full warning. Under the spell, one boy danced on the desk, laughing. Another sang opera in a squeaky falsetto. Someone else stood on their head for a full minute. They all reported the same thing afterward. It felt nice. Like floating. Like not having to think. Then it was Harry's turn. Moody warned him. "Focus, Potter. Fight it." The spell hit gently, a word spoken like silk. And suddenly Harry felt calm, light, as though he were water pouring through air. "Jump onto the desk." The voice was smooth and warm inside his mind. He began to bend his knees. "No, wait." He gritted his teeth. There was something wrong about it. His muscles wanted to obey, but his mind rebelled. He straightened, shook his head. "Better than the others," Moody growled, sounding almost impressed. "You'll get there." It took Harry 3 tries, but eventually he was able to throw off the curse entirely. Each time it grew easier, like building, a muscle made of thought and will. Moody looked at him with something close to pride. Harry didn't feel proud. He felt unsettled. To be controlled, even briefly, was a strange and frightening thing. When the lesson ended and the class trickled out into the corridors, Harry stayed behind a moment. "Professor," he said quietly, "why show us this now? Why the unforgivable curses?" Moody looked at him with that strange spinning eye. "Because the world doesn't wait for you to be ready, Potter. Best to be ready anyway." Harry nodded, unsure what else to say. Outside, the wind stirred the leaves across the grounds. The lake rippled gently under the gray sky. And within the castle's stone heart, students dreamed of hexes and heroes, of curses and choices, the kind of dreams that didn't fade easily, the kind of lessons that stayed with you long after the classroom emptied. Chapter 15, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The days drifted by in a quiet rhythm, each morning clothed in mist, each evening lit by the golden hush of candlelight. September at Hogwarts was a slow symphony, one of whispering parchment, low murmurs in the library, and the crisp rustle of autumn leaves brushing the windows like 1,000 secret messages from the forbidden forest. Yet even in this calm, something different was beginning to bloom. A sense of anticipation, hushed and curious, like a secret about to step into the light, the Triwizard tournament. That distant promise had taken on a kind of shimmer. Whispers grew with every passing day. 3 tasks. Dangerous, they said. Only 1 champion per school. No one knew the full details, not even the professors. But it was enough to stir the air with wonder, with possibility. Ron had taken to speculating wildly during meals, waving his fork like a wand of fate. "I bet the first task's a duel," he said one morning, toast crumbs in his lap. "Champions facing off with dragons, or giants." Hermione rolled her eyes gently. "No one said anything about dragons." "Yeah, but it would be brilliant, wouldn't it?" Harry smiled, but quietly. A part of him felt that familiar tug of curiosity. And something else. A tremor deep beneath the surface. A sense that whatever lay ahead was more than just a contest. That evening, during dinner in the Great Hall, Dumbledore rose from his seat, the room stilled with a gentle hush. "The time has come," he said, his voice deep and warm. "Tonight, we welcome guests from afar." There was a pause, a stillness where only the clink of goblets could be heard. "2 great wizarding schools will arrive shortly. Let us greet them not only with hospitality, but with open hearts." The students whispered excitedly, heads turning, toward the towering oak doors. And then, so quietly you could have missed it, the floor began to tremble. At first, it was a mere vibration, then a soft thud, then another, louder. The great doors creaked open. A gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a scent of snow and smoke. And into the hall came giants, or rather students tall and pale and cloaked in heavy fur-lined coats, eyes sharp as icicles. Durmstrang. They moved in perfect formation, led by a man who seemed carved from stone, a broad, grim figure with a thick beard and piercing gaze. Professor Karkaroff. But it was the boy walking beside him that drew every eye. Victor. Crumb, a name already wrapped in legend. The famous seeker of the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Even Harry felt a strange twinge, a mix of awe and a flicker of something like envy. The Durmstrang students bowed stiffly and took their place at the far end of the hall. Then came silence. Deeper silence, as though the air itself had paused to listen. Outside the windows, something floated, gracefully, lightly, a pale, shimmering shape in the sky. It drifted closer, revealing itself not as a broomstick nor a dragon, but a carriage. An enormous powder blue carriage drawn by winged horses the size of elephants, their manes silver in the moonlight. The carriage landed with a thud soft as snowfall, and from its doors emerged beauty itself. Girls and boys with luminous skin, veils of silk and satin trailing like smoke behind them. Each one glided rather than walked. Beauxbatons. Their headmistress was a giantess of elegance, a towering woman with a sharp nose and flowing robes, scented faintly of lilac and frost. Madame Maxime. She inclined her head with grace and took her place at the staff table, her students following in near silence, each movement practiced, almost choreographed. The great hall had never felt so small. 3 schools, 3 languages, 3 stories, now entwining. Dinner that night was a symphony of new flavors and quiet curiosity. Durmstrang students dined on dense stews and thick breads, their voices low and clipped. Beauxbatons guests sampled delicate soups and wine-colored fruits, laughter, light and chiming. Hogwarts students, by contrast, seemed a touch louder, a bit more chaotic, but no less warm. As the feast wound down, Dumbledore rose once more. In a few days' time, he said gently, the Triwizard tournament shall begin. The hall leaned in. Champions will be chosen by the Goblet of Fire, a magical object of deep and ancient judgment. He gestured toward the doors, and in came Filch, dragging a large, ornate chest. With a small flourish, Dumbledore revealed the goblet, a simple wooden cup crackling softly with blue fire. It flickered, as if listening. No one under the age of 17 may submit their name, Dumbledore continued. This is a binding contract. Once chosen, a champion must compete. He paused, his eyes glittering behind half-moon glasses. I urge you all to consider this not as a contest of triumph, but as a meeting of hearts and minds, a celebration of courage, unity, and understanding. The fire flared once, then settled. The Goblet of Fire. It stood on a small pedestal in an antechamber, soon to be guarded day and night, and already dreams began to form around it like cobwebs, catching moonlight. Back in the common room that evening, the air was thick with possibility. I'm going to enter, Fred Weasley declared. Me too, said George. Ron blinked. But you're not 17. Fred grinned. Age is just a number, my friend. We have plans. Hermione frowned. You're not supposed to get around the age line? Fred winked. That's what makes it fun. Harry said little. He wasn't sure what he wanted. Part of him burned to try, to step forward, to be chosen. Another part, smaller but no less real, whispered caution. That night, in his 4-poster bed, he stared at the ceiling and listened to the wind. So many footsteps had entered Hogwarts that evening, and with them, something else, something unspoken, like the opening chords of a song not yet sung, a beginning, soft and slow, carrying both wonder and warning. Chapter 16, The Goblet of Fire. The days that followed the arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang felt like a dream stitched from excitement and quiet suspense. Hogwarts had become something else, more grand, more alive. The castle's corridors, once familiar, now shimmered with new voices, new robes brushing against ancient stone, and the distant scent of unfamiliar perfumes drifting down from the staircases. Everywhere Harry turned, something small reminded him that the world had opened wider. The Beauxbatons students moved with a kind of practiced grace, often keeping to themselves, whispering in melodic French as they floated past, trailing laughter and elegance. The Durmstrang students were quieter, sterner. They carried an air of discipline that reminded Harry of a chessboard, ordered, deliberate, silent until provoked. Victor Crumb was rarely seen, though Ron seemed to spot him at every turn, always nudging Harry and whispering with a starstruck grin, "There he is again." But despite the bustle, one figure stayed still, the Goblet of Fire. It now rested in the entrance hall, inside a marble antechamber off the Great Hall, placed on top of an aged, carved pedestal. A silver age line surrounded it, an invisible magical boundary that sparkled faintly in the light. And inside the goblet's wooden frame, that soft blue flame danced. Always flickering, never dimming, as if breathing. Each day, students passed by, gazing with awe or dreaming in silence. Names would be submitted soon. It was the talk of every table, every corridor. At breakfast, Harry sat between Ron and Hermione as the conversation flowed like a lazy stream. "Do you think Crumb's going to enter?" Ron asked, stuffing toast into his mouth. "He's probably already submitted his name," Hermione replied, stirring her tea. "Though I doubt Durmstrang has many students over 17. Most leave earlier than Hogwarts students." Fred and George appeared at their side, grinning like twins up to something, because, as usual, they were. "Just wait," Fred whispered. "Tonight's the night," George added. Hermione narrowed her eyes. "You're not seriously going to." Try say, but they only winked and strolled off, pockets suspiciously bulging with what looked like sweets. Or possibly something far more magical. That evening, the common room buzzed with anticipation. People whispered about who had entered, who hadn't, and who was waiting until the very last moment. "Are you going to do it?" Ron asked Harry, voice low. Harry hesitated. "No! I mean, I'm not 17, even if I wanted to." "You could try," but Harry shook his head. "I don't think I want to compete, not really." And it was true. The thought of it, so thrilling at first, had begun to weigh. The tasks, the danger, the expectation. It was not a dream he felt ready to chase. The next morning, laughter rang through the corridors. Fred and George had made their attempt. With chests puffed and grins wider than ever, they approached the goblet, just before breakfast, standing tall, proudly announcing their entry. They each dropped a slip of parchment into the flame. For a moment, it accepted the names without a fuss. And then, whoomp! A burst of magic lifted both twins into the air and hurled them backward over the age line. They landed with a thud, beards now trailing from their chins like silver waterfalls. "Look at us!" Fred cried, eyes wide. "We're old men!" George laughed. Their attempt had failed, but in true Weasley fashion, they wore their new beards like trophies of glory. McGonagall was less impressed. "That," she said, lips thin, "is exactly why the age restriction exists." But the goblet had spoken, if only to deny them. By the end of that day, all entries had been submitted. The goblet would spend the night deliberating, and tomorrow, it would choose. The feast that evening was richer than usual, filled with roast. Meats, caramelized vegetables, and gleaming jugs of pumpkin juice. But the atmosphere was different, thicker, quieter. Everyone was waiting. Dumbledore rose, robes shimmering like twilight. He raised his goblet. Tonight, the goblet will decide. 3 champions, 3 schools." He turned, and with a flick of his wand, the lights dimmed. All eyes turned to the antechamber. The goblet flared. That blue flame, once gentle, now danced with sudden life. Sparks flew, casting ghostly light across the walls. A hush fell over the hall, and then a name. The fire turned red, briefly, before shooting out a single slip of parchment. Dumbledore caught it delicately. He read the name aloud, voice calm and steady. The champion for Durmstrang. Victor Krum! There was a burst of applause from the Durmstrang table. Krum stood quiet and expressionless, but his teammates clapped him on the back, pride burning bright in their eyes. The flame turned red again. Another name. Dumbledore reached. Up once more, the champion for Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Gasps rippled through the hall. The beautiful girl with silver blonde hair stood gracefully, eyes wide but serene. Her classmates applauded delicately, pride tempered with awe. And then once more, the goblet flared. A third name. The champion for Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Cedric stood, his face warm, with surprise and humility. Harry clapped too, a real smile on his face. Cedric, kind, fair, capable, was a perfect choice. It should have ended there. The goblet dimmed. The flame stilled. Dumbledore turned to lead the champions away, but then the flame flared again, red, fierce, crackling. Everyone stared. A fourth piece of parchment shot from the goblet. Dumbledore caught it, eyebrows knit in quiet confusion. He looked down, and then up. He read, voice quiet now. Harry Potter. The world fell into stillness. No one moved. No one clapped. Harry sat frozen, the words echoing in his chest. He hadn't entered. He hadn't even tried, but his name had emerged, dancing on fire, whispered by wood and flame. Dumbledore's eyes met his. No accusation, just a searching calm. Harry, he said gently, come forward. The room breathed as one. Harry stood. Slowly, the path to the antechamber stretched out before him, long and quiet. As he walked, time softened. Eyes followed. Questions bloomed like shadows. But Harry said nothing. He stepped through the archway into the waiting room beyond, where Cedric, Fleur, and Krum had already gathered. And in the silence that followed, one thought settled over the great hall like snow. The rules had changed, and something old, something deep and watchful had stirred. Chapter 17. The Four Champions. The antechamber was quiet, thick with the weight of surprise. Cedric Diggory looked up first as Harry entered, brows drawn slightly in confusion. He offered a small nod, one Harry barely returned, his chest still full of fluttering uncertainty. Fleur Delacour turned too, narrowing her eyes. Her voice, soft but edged, broke the hush. What is it? Do they want us back in the hall? But it was Victor Krum who simply stared, arms crossed, unreadable behind deep-set eyes. Harry's voice was small. My name came out. The room seemed to still further, as if even the stones beneath their feet needed time to understand. Before more questions could surface, the door swung open. Dumbledore entered with long strides, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, Mr. Crouch, and Ludo Bagman. Bagman's smile flickered across his face like an uncertain breeze. Ah, well, what's this then, eh? Harry, didn't expect to see you in here? Harry said nothing. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, though his eyes gleamed behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry, he said softly, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Harry shook his head at once. No, sir. Dumbledore's voice remained measured. Did you ask an older student to do so on your behalf? No. Behind them, Snape had joined the group, silent as shadow, lips thin with suspicion. Moody limped in soon after, his magical eye whirring like a restless compass. There's no way a boy this young hoodwinked a powerful magical object like the goblet, Moody growled. Someone else did it. Planted his name under a different school, maybe. It's a confundus charm if I've ever seen one. Crouch's eyes were sharp, glassy. The rules are clear. The goblet is a binding magical contract. Once a name emerges, the chosen must compete. There it was. Final. Quiet. Inescapable. Harry felt the words settle over him like an unexpected snowfall. Light, but cold and impossible to ignore. He wasn't allowed to refuse. He would have to compete. Ludo Bagman clapped his hands as if to banish the awkwardness. Well, strange. Twist, but what a year this'll be, eh? 4 champions. Never happened before. History in the making. The room was still. Fleur looked away, clearly displeased. Crumb said nothing. And Cedric? Cedric looked uncertain, not hostile, just quietly stunned. Soon after, they were dismissed. The news had already spread through the castle like wildfire. As Harry stepped back into the Great Hall, the shift was immediate. A quiet murmur of whispers flowed across the tables. Eyes followed him, curious, accusing, confused. Ron sat hunched at the Gryffindor table. His eyes met Harry's, and then didn't. He looked away. Hermione made space for him, gently, her eyes full of concern. But the warmth of the table was gone. The Great Hall, once so familiar, now felt like a stage. And Harry? He wasn't sure what part he was playing anymore. Back in the common room, the evening passed in a blur. Questions came at him in waves. Did you really do it, Harry? How'd you get past the age line? Is it true you're competing? Harry answered them all the same. No, I didn't put my name in. I don't know how it happened. But disbelief clung like mist. Even Ron, when they were finally alone, didn't ask. He just sat, shoulders tense, jaw set. You could have told me, he muttered. Harry stared. Told you what? That you were going to enter. Or that you found a way. I didn't, Harry said. You believe me, don't you? Ron looked away. Silence answered, and in that quiet, something fragile between them cracked. The next morning arrived cold and gray. Classes resumed, but the atmosphere had changed. Everywhere Harry went, he was followed by glances, some impressed, some envious, and some suspicious. Malfoy, as expected, had seized the moment. He sported a new badge that read, Support Cedric Diggory, but with a quick tap, it transformed to say, Potter Stinks. Pansy Parkinson laughed every time, but it was Ron's silence that Harry felt the most. Their friendship had always been effortless, full of jokes, loyalty, and shared adventures. But now it felt strained. Every word weighed. Hermione did what she could, offering comfort, distraction, understanding, but even she couldn't mend what Harry couldn't explain. Hagrid, sensing Harry's unease, invited him down to his hut one evening. Bit of a mess, eh? He said gently, handing Harry a mug of tea that smelled faintly of root and wood smoke. Harry nodded. I didn't put my name in, but no one believes me. Hagrid looked at him, eyes kind behind their bristling brows. I believe you, he said simply. That's enough for now. They sat for a while in silence, the fire crackling beside them, Fang snoring softly at their feet. It helped. It didn't solve anything, but it helped. In the days that followed, preparations began for the first task, though its details remained cloaked in mystery. The champions were told only this. The first challenge would test their courage, and it would be dangerous. Classes continued, homework piled up, and the castle carried on as it always did, stone walls steady beneath shifting seasons. But for Harry, everything felt different. He was still just a boy, but now he had been chosen by something greater. Not by choice, not by desire, but by fire. And so the days marched onward slowly, dreamily, toward whatever waited just beyond the edge of knowing. Chapter 18. The Weighing of the Wands. The castle corridors felt narrower than usual, quieter, though not for lack of voices. It was the way they changed when Harry passed. Words fell into whispers. Eyes flicked toward him like curious candles. Even those who'd never spoken to him before now watched him with a silent wonder or a faint curl of doubt. The Triwizard tournament had begun, though no task had yet been performed. And Harry, whether he liked it or not, was one of its champions. But his days did not start with glory. They began in classrooms where quills scratched paper and potion cauldrons hissed. They passed in the Great Hall, where he now sat further from Ron, an invisible sea stretching between them at mealtimes, and they ended in quiet nights where thoughts filled the silence Ron had left behind. Then, one evening, Harry received a note. It was from Professor McGonagall, terse and proper as always. Potter, please report to the entrance hall at 4 o'clock this afternoon for a preliminary ceremony concerning the Triwizard tournament. It didn't explain more than that. But when the hour came, Harry walked there alone, heart slightly heavy but curious, and found the other champions already waiting. Fleur Delacour stood with her silvery hair draped down her back, arms crossed, and eyes flicking across the room like soft steel. Victor Crumb leaned against a pillar, his heavy frame slouched, arms folded. He said nothing, but nodded once at Harry, and Cedric Diggory, tall, kind-eyed, with a quiet strength that seemed to glow gently, smiled. "Hey, Harry," he said. "Rough week?" Harry nodded. Cedric's voice had no judgment, only warmth. Before Harry could respond, the door opened. Ludo Bagman entered with a broad grin, his robes slightly more flamboyant than necessary, all sky blue silk and enthusiasm. "Champions, wonderful! Everyone here, I see," he beamed. "Excellent. Right this way, please. We're weighing your wands this afternoon. Got to be sure they're fit for magical competition." They followed him into a small chamber off the Great Hall. Inside, it smelled of polished wood and ink and something older, like parchment warmed by candlelight. A small bird-like man stood at the front, adjusting a large velvet-cushioned table. He wore half-moon glasses and robes of deep plum. At his feet sat an open case filled with curious instruments that gleamed under the light. "This is Mr. Ollivander," Bagman said proudly. "One of the finest wand-makers in the world." Ollivander gave a gentle nod. "Ah, yes," he murmured, peering at Harry with those strange, silvery eyes. "I remember you." Harry flushed slightly. He remembered, too, the day he first entered Diagon Alley, years ago, wide-eyed and 11, holding a wand that had chosen him back. Phoenix feather and holly. 11 inches, nice and supple," Ollivander said dreamily. "How has it been performing?" "Very well," Harry said quietly. Good. Let us have it then." Harry handed over his wand. Ollivander held it delicately, like a violinist, cradling a rare instrument. He examined the length, the grain of the wood, the balance in his hand. He ran it under a strange brass instrument which emitted a few musical chimes. Then he gave it a flick, and a shower of red and gold sparks filled, the air like fireflies dancing. "Excellent," he murmured. Still in perfect condition, he handed it back with care. Then it was Cedric's turn. "Ash and unicorn hair, 12 1/4 inches, Ollivander intoned, inspecting it with the same reverence. "Nice and springy." Sparks burst from Cedric's wand as well, followed by a floating silver disc that spun before dissolving gently into the air. "Lovely. Fleur?" Fleur stepped forward with grace. "Oak and Vila hair," Ollivander said with faint surprise, his fingers pausing. "Very unusual core. Quite powerful, I imagine." Fleur's expression softened with pride. He tested hers too, producing a trail of shimmering petals that spiraled gently around her, and last came Victor Crumb. "Hornbeam and dragon heartstring," Ollivander murmured. "Stiff. Rather suited to combative magic, I would think." Crumb gave a slight nod. A small flame burst from the tip, then faded into smoke. With the weighing complete, Bagman clapped his hands once more. "Perfect. That's done then. Photographs. Next, I believe." A photographer entered, all lenses and flash. The champions were arranged side by side, awkwardly close, while the camera's shutter clicked again and again. Harry stood still, unsure where to look. Fleur shifted, trying not to blink. Crumb scowled, clearly hating every second, and Cedric managed a small, patient smile. Afterwards, Bagman herded them together. Now, I can't tell you what the first task is, he said. But I can say, be prepared for something a little exciting. And dangerous, of course. But that's half the fun, eh? He laughed lightly. Only he laughed. When they were finally dismissed, Harry stepped away with a quiet breath. He hadn't spoken much. He hadn't needed to. It was enough to be among the others to see that they too carried their own weight of uncertainty. Even Fleur, who stood with such beauty and confidence, looked sometimes at the floor. And Crumb, so often silent, seemed more like a brooding student than a star athlete. They were champions, but also people. Back in Gryffindor Tower, the mood remained strange. Ron still hadn't come around. He wasn't cruel, he just wasn't there. Harry sat with Hermione in the common room, books open between them. "He'll come round," she said softly. "It's just jealousy, I think, or pride. He'll see eventually." Harry nodded, though he didn't believe it just yet. Outside the window, autumn leaves drifted downward, gold and copper in the fading light. The world was changing, inside and out, and in a few short weeks the first task would arrive, quietly looming like storm clouds far on the horizon. But for now, there was still a bit of time left to be just a student. To sit by the fire, to hold on to small comforts, to breathe before the storm. Chapter 19, The Hungarian Horntail. The castle seemed to hold its breath. Each hour passed more slowly than the one before, like the pause before a lightning strike. The first task was drawing near. The air had changed, charged with quiet, tension. It moved through the classrooms like a spell half-cast, lingering over parchment and flickering torchlight. Students speculated in hushed voices. The four champions had become myths in motion, watched, admired, and wondered about. And yet, in all the corridors and common rooms of Hogwarts, Harry Potter walked mostly alone. He had Hermione, who never wavered. She stood at his side like a lantern on a foggy path, her brows often furrowed, her hands folded tightly in thought. But Ron remained a silence. And for Harry, that silence was heavier than the mystery of the first task itself. Then, one quiet afternoon, Hagrid leaned in close during Care of Magical Creatures class. He didn't say much, just gave a glance and a muttered, "Come down, turn me house tonight. Bring that invisibility cloak of yours." Harry nodded. He didn't ask why. Even in his worried haze, he trusted Hagrid with something deep, an instinctive warmth, like the safety of a hearth fire in winter. Later that evening, with his cloak wrapped around him like starlight, Harry slipped through the grounds. The night was cool. Leaves rustled gently overhead, and far off, the lake shimmered like a dark mirror. He knocked softly on Hagrid's wooden door. The door opened with a familiar creak, and there stood Hagrid, beaming, with his great beard catching the candlelight. "You'll love this," Hagrid whispered, taking long strides toward the edge of the forest. "Special treat, just for you champions." Harry followed, the cloak brushing against his boots. They walked in silence for a time, the earth soft underfoot. The trees stood tall like ancient guardians, and then they reached a clearing, wide, quiet, and ringed with firelight. Inside were dragons, 4 of them, chained but restless, each one enormous and terrible in its beauty. Their scales gleamed under the moonlight, gold, green, blue-gray, and black. And in that moment, Harry understood. This was the first task. This was what awaited him. He couldn't breathe. Even behind the invisibility cloak, his heart thundered so loud he feared the dragons might hear it. Each one was tethered to strong iron posts, but they strained at their chains. Their tails swished like whips. Flames hissed from their nostrils. Charlie Weasley was there, calm and steady, guiding handlers and calling out instructions. He looked older than Harry remembered, more rugged, but kind-eyed and focused. "Keep your distance," he said to a handler. "That Horntail's not in the mood." Harry's eyes followed his gesture and locked onto the largest, fiercest dragon of them all, the Hungarian Horntail. Its body was black as soot, with spikes running down its tail like spears. Its wings stretched like sails, leathery and vast. And its eyes, yellow, sharp, and cold, glinted like broken glass. Harry felt his knees weaken. This was his dragon, as if fate had reached into a dark bag and drawn out the worst token possible. He turned to Hagrid, whispering, "Dragons." Hagrid grinned with pride. "Ain't they magnificent?" Harry could barely answer. Then, from the trees behind them, another figure arrived. It was Madame Maxime, tall and graceful, her jeweled hair gleaming in the moonlight. Hagrid turned red instantly. "Just showing the lady the creatures," he mumbled. Harry took his chance. He turned and slipped back toward the castle, heart pounding, thoughts spinning. Dragons. Real dragons, and not just to observe, to face. How? He didn't know what to do, only that it was coming, and soon. The next morning, everything felt heavier. The castle seemed unaware of the beasts waiting just beyond the trees, and then a quiet tap on Harry's shoulder. He turned. It was Cedric. Harry hesitated. They hadn't spoken much since the goblet, but now in the low light of the corridor, Cedric looked thoughtful. "What's up?" he asked. "There's something you should know," Harry said slowly. "The first task, it's dragons." Cedric blinked. "What?" "Dragons. Real ones. 4 of them." Cedric stared for a moment, then nodded, clearly processing the shock. "Thanks," he said finally, voice low. "I appreciate it." He turned and walked off. Harry stood alone again, wondering if he'd done the right thing. He didn't owe Cedric anything. The tournament was a competition. But still, it felt right to share. Then, later that evening, something unexpected happened. Ron approached him in the common room. He didn't say much, just stood there awkwardly. "Dragons, huh?" he said quietly. Harry blinked. "You knew?" he asked. Ron nodded. "Heard you telling Cedric." Harry didn't speak. He waited. Ron looked down. "You could have told me first." Harry's breath caught. "I wanted to," he said. "You didn't believe me." There was a long pause. "I still think it's mad," Ron muttered. "But I reckon you didn't put your name in." Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once, and then slowly, like a bridge being built in the dark, Ron gave a half smile. "Well," he said, "you're gonna need help with those dragons." It wasn't a full apology, but it was enough. The ice between them cracked, and warmth, slow and cautious, returned. Hermione saw it happen and gave a small sigh of relief. The trio was mending, and the task still loomed. They began planning. Hermione brought books. Ron brought ideas. Harry brought determination. They researched. Magical creatures, defensive spells, tactics, and soon enough, a plan began to form. Something daring, something that would require nerve and skill and speed. As the days slipped past, Harry practiced in secret. He found quiet corners of the grounds, practiced summoning charms, practiced focus. His wand grew more familiar in his hand, like an extension of his will. The night before the first task, he barely slept. Dreams flickered like flames, wings, scales, fire. But when morning came, he rose with steady steps. The sky outside was a soft gray, clouds like slow breaths drifting across it. The great hall buzzed with anticipation, but Harry didn't speak much. Neither did the other champions. They each sat quietly, wrapped in their own thoughts. When it was time, Bagman led them out to the tent. The champions waited there, one by one called into the arena. Fleur first, then Crumb, then Cedric, and finally, Harry. He stood outside the tent, wand in hand. His breath was calm, his steps were slow, and beyond the flap of the tent, he heard the crowd. Then Bagman's voice. And now, Harry Potter. He stepped forward and met the dragon. Chapter 20, The First Task. The world outside the tent was a great bowl of earth and sky. The crowd filled the stands like a living wave. Students, teachers, officials, all hushed in the charged stillness of anticipation. The November air was cool, but the ground still shimmered with the warmth of dragon fire. And there stood Harry Potter, wand in hand, breath steady, facing the creature that waited for him in the center of the arena, the Hungarian Horntail. Even from a distance, it was fearsome. Its black scales glistened like wet stone. Its wings stretched wide and skeletal like sails made of shadow, and its yellow eyes, sharp and watchful, tracked Harry's every movement. Around its nest, the ground had been scorched into ash. Bits of charred wood and broken rock lay scattered, and nestled amid the debris, gleaming faintly, was a golden egg. The prize. Harry's task was simple in words: retrieve the egg. But as the Horntail shifted and let out a low, guttural growl, the simplicity vanished. There was nothing simple about dragons, and yet Harry stood firm. He didn't run, didn't speak. He simply raised his wand. "Accio Firebolt," he whispered. The words were soft, but powerful. A charm of summoning, one he had practiced again and again until the magic obeyed without hesitation. Far away in the castle's Gryffindor tower, the firebolt stirred. It shot from the dormitory like a silent arrow, tearing through the sky toward the arena. And within seconds, just as the Horntail began to stir, great wings lifting slightly, a breath of smoke curling from its nostrils, the firebolt arrived. It dropped into Harry's waiting hand with a whisper of wind. He mounted without pause, feet lifting from the scorched ground, and then he flew. The crowd erupted in cheers, the wind rushed around him, and the sky opened up. Harry climbed high, circling the arena like a silent hawk. Below, the Horntail snarled and snapped, great tail lashing the earth, sending rocks scattering, but it couldn't fly. And Harry could. He darted, soared, dipped, and rose again, always just out of reach, always watching. The dragon tried to follow, turning and twisting, her movements growing more frantic. Harry's heart pounded, but he stayed focused. One mistake, and it would all be over. His goal was the egg, tucked between the Horntail and the edge of her nest. To reach it, he would need to distract her, to make her shift, even for a moment. So he rose again, high above, and then dived, faster than thought. The wind tore at his face. The crowd gasped. The Horntail roared and reared up, wings flaring, and Harry pulled up just in time, skimming past the dragon's flank. Flames licked the air behind him. Heat surged against his robes. But it worked. The dragon turned, following him. And as she did, she left the egg exposed. Harry didn't think. He turned in a flash, angled low, and with a single clean dive. He snatched the golden egg from its resting place. His hand closed around it, and he soared upward, triumphant. Below, the dragon shrieked with fury, but it was done. The crowd erupted, trumpets sounded, and Harry landed gently at the edge of the arena, golden egg in hand, breath shaking in his lungs. The officials rushed forward, Madame Pomfrey checking for burns, Bagman chattering excitedly, McGonagall giving a rare smile. Harry heard none of it clearly. It was all distant, dreamlike. He had done it, faced a dragon, survived, and won. They wrapped him in a blanket, gave him water, offered words he didn't quite process. Then came the judges' scores, each held up with dramatic flair. Madame Maxime, Mr. Crouch, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Bagman. Each score lifted or dimmed the cheers. There was talk of fairness, of hesitation. Karkaroff, it seemed, had let his bias show, but it didn't matter much. Harry had done what mattered. He had proven himself. Later, he sat in a quiet tent, watching the golden egg gleam. It was warm in his hands, its surface etched with delicate ridges and runes. Inside it held a clue for the second task. But for now, he was content just to hold it. Hermione arrived first, breathless and glowing with pride. She hugged him tight, whispering, "You were brilliant." Then came Ron. He stood awkwardly at the tent entrance, hands in his pockets. "You," he started. I would have gotten fried. You were mental, mate." Harry smiled. Ron grinned back, and just like that, the last thread of silence between them vanished. The trio was whole again. They walked back to the castle together, the crowd parting to let them through. That night, the Gryffindor common room became a celebration. There was butterbeer and cake, music and laughter. Fred and George lifted Harry onto their shoulders. Seamus tried to imitate the dragon. Dean sketched a quick drawing of the Horntail breathing fire, and for the first time in weeks, Harry felt the warmth of being surrounded, welcomed, understood, and safe. He tucked the golden egg beneath his bed and drifted off to sleep to the yacht. Sound of flickering firelight and soft, joyful voices. Outside the windows, the stars blinked gently, like quiet congratulations from the sky. The first task was over, and the road ahead, though still long and shadowed, felt just a little lighter. Chapter 21. The House Elf Liberation Front. After the dizzying heights and fiery thrill of the first task, life at Hogwarts softened again into the rhythm of lessons, corridors, and calm. Snow began to trace the edges of the windows. Frost appeared like lace upon the castle glass. The air turned crisper, the nights deeper and stiller. Students moved with scarves wound tight, and laughter steamed from their lips like ghosts of joy. But beneath the softness of winter, something small and determined was beginning to stir. It began in the library. Hermione, seated between high stacks of books, had been unusually quiet, brows furrowed, quill scratching thoughtfully. While Harry and Ron bent their heads over notes for their upcoming lessons, Hermione was sketching something more revolutionary. Her eyes were lit not with fear or nerves, but with resolve. When they asked her what she was doing, she looked up and said, very matter-of-factly, "I'm starting a society." "A what?" Ron asked, confused. Hermione's voice was calm, though it carried a certain weight, for the protection and fair treatment of house elves. There was a pause. "A what?" Ron repeated. Harry blinked. "Hermione, are you still thinking about the kitchens?" She nodded. "I am. You saw them, Harry. Dozens of elves working. Without pay, without rest, completely content to be treated like furniture." Ron rolled his eyes. "They like it. You heard Dobby? They enjoy it." Hermione's expression didn't waver. "Just because someone is used to suffering doesn't mean it's right to let them continue." She laid down her quill and held up the parchment. In careful script were the words, SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Ron burst out laughing. "Spew? It's pronounced SPEW, Hermione said coolly. Harry tried not to smile. "So, what do you do in SPEW? Hermione's eyes brightened. "We start by raising awareness, education, protests, petitions. I'm going to make badges. I'll draft a mission statement, and we'll recruit members." Ron muttered, "Good luck with that." But Hermione was undeterred. Later that week, she produced small hand-stitched badges with gold thread, SPEW written across them like a quiet banner of hope. She pinned one to her robes, offered one to Harry, to Ron, to anyone who passed by. Very few accepted. Some laughed, others ignored her. A few looked politely confused, but Hermione kept going, even when Fred and George teased, even when Malfoy sneered, even when the common room grew restless with talk of Yule balls and second tasks and the strange goings-on in the corridors. Hermione kept speaking softly of dignity, of justice, of unseen hands scrubbing plates and mopping floors who deserved more than obedience. In return, And Harry, though he didn't fully grasp it, found something noble in her determination. Even Ron, after a few days, stopped teasing quite so loudly. Meanwhile, the golden egg sat on Harry's bedside table, unopened. When shaken, it shrieked, a horrible, screeching wail that sent people fleeing from the dormitory. Sounds like a banshee. On fire, Seamus muttered. It's a clue? Neville asked nervously. Harry wasn't sure. The noise was unbearable, harsh and jagged, unlike anything they'd faced before. But the real pressure came from time slipping by. The second task was still weeks away. But weeks became days in the blink of a sleepless night. And though Hermione was absorbed in SPEW, she still paused often to remind Harry, gently but firmly, "You need to figure it out, Harry. You can't leave it to the last minute." Wow, knew that. But something in him hesitated. Not fear, not quite, but a fog. A heavy cloud that made him tuck the egg away and think instead about dragons, about shadows in his dreams, about the image of Cedric Diggory rising into the air with grace and strength. There were whispers, too, soft, murmuring rumors in the corridors, of Mad-Eye Moody, whose eye spun unpredictably in class, watching things no one else could see, of strange visits to Snape's office, of Dobby turning up in odd places, of Professor Bagman smiling too brightly at times, and always of the looming second task, drawing nearer like a tide. In potions class, Snape was as cold and cutting as ever. He docked points from Gryffindor just for the way Harry stirred his draft. He sneered when Hermione raised her hand. He muttered about celebrity whenever Harry passed. But Harry noticed something else now. Snape was watching Moody, and Moody, with his scarred face and twitching eye, seemed to watch everyone. One afternoon, Moody invited Harry to stay after class. "I've got something to show you," he said, voice gruff but not unkind. He opened a cabinet, lined with strange objects. A faux glass, a sneakoscope, a trunk with strange locks. "These," Moody said, "help keep you alive." Harry looked at them with wide eyes. "And constant vigilance," Moody added, "will do the rest." Harry nodded slowly. The message wasn't loud, but it echoed. Trust your instincts. Keep your eyes open, even among allies. Later, in the common room, Hermione was sewing her badges by the fire. Ron was playing wizard chess, and Harry sat staring at the golden egg. It gleamed in the firelight, silent now, but soon it would sing again. Chapter 22. The Unexpected Task. Winter deepened its hold on Hogwarts, brushing the stone windowsills with snow and stillness. The castle wore frost like a shawl, delicate and ancient, as if it were dreaming its own long dreams. And somewhere, inside that old dream, a letter was about to arrive. Harry and Ron were hunched over their homework in the common room when Professor McGonagall appeared, brisk as always, with spectacles flashing and robes trailing crisply. She surveyed the room, with a keen eye before settling her gaze on Harry. "Potter," she said with quiet finality. "A moment, please." Harry followed her out of the common room, heart thudding. Was he in trouble? Had he done something wrong? But instead of a scolding, McGonagall said, "The Yule Ball is approaching." Harry blinked. "Oh, right," he managed. He'd seen. The notices on the walls, of course. Gold-lettered invitations fluttering like festive butterflies. McGonagall continued. "As a champion, you are expected to lead the dance. It is tradition. You will need a partner." Harry's stomach sank. "Partner?" he echoed. She nodded. "You may invite whomever you wish, but I advise you not to leave it too late." He nodded numbly. Back in the common room, he relayed the news to Ron and Hermione. Ron snorted. "You? Dancing? That I've got to see." But his smirk faded when Hermione added, "You'll need a partner too, Ron. All fourth years and above are allowed to attend." Ron paled slightly. "Right, a partner." It wasn't a dangerous task. It didn't involve dragons or curses or magic. But somehow, asking someone to the Yule ball felt harder. The next few days passed in a strange haze. Girls whispered behind, hands. Boys muttered and paced. Everyone seemed to be watching everyone else, curious, uncertain, hopeful. The castle felt different. Not less magical, but a softer kind of strange. Like it had transformed into a ballroom in waiting. Harry considered asking Cho Chang. He'd liked her for a while, graceful, kind, always smiling. But every time he tried to approach her, his throat closed and his feet carried him in the other direction. Ron, meanwhile, was getting more desperate. "Who are you gonna ask?" he whispered one night as they lay in their beds. Harry stared at the ceiling. "I don't know. You?" "I was thinking of Fleur Delacour," Ron said dreamily. Harry rolled over. Good luck with that. The truth was, Fleur, Beauxbatons champion, had an almost hypnotic effect on the boys at Hogwarts. Even older students seemed to lose their words around her. And Ron? Ron turned into a stammering mess whenever she passed. Time trickled on, one evening. Harry finally did it. He spotted Cho coming out of the library and called out softly, "Cho?" She turned, surprised but smiling. "Hi, Harry." His mouth went dry. I was wondering if you'd go to the ball with me." She hesitated. "Not long, but long enough." "I'm sorry, Harry," she said gently. "I'm going with someone else." Harry nodded quickly. "Oh, right. No problem." She gave him an apologetic look and walked away, and Harry stood alone in the corridor, cheeks burning. The next day, panic settled in. The ball was near, and still, no partner. In desperation, Harry and Ron tried a new tactic, asking the next girls they saw. It didn't go well. Their awkward offers were met with surprise, giggles, or polite refusals. Ron asked Fleur, truly did. She didn't even pause. She simply walked past, smiling vaguely. That night, they collapsed onto their beds, defeated. "This is worse than the dragons," Ron muttered. But the next morning, everything shifted. Hermione announced coolly, "I've got a date." Both boys gaped at her. "You... what?" Ron said. "Who?" She raised an eyebrow. "It's a surprise." Ron stared at her, a flush rising in his cheeks. "You're lying." "I'm not." Harry watched the exchange, something quiet passing between them that he didn't fully understand. Hermione turned back to her book, composed. So they waited and wondered, and the days turned toward celebration. On Christmas Eve, the Great Hall was transformed. Evergreen garlands looped from the walls. Icicles glittered from the ceiling. The tables were moved aside, replaced by round ones set for a feast. Candles floated in gentle clusters. Soft music hummed in the air. Harry had managed to ask Parvati Patil, and Ron was going with her sister Padma. They descended the staircase nervously, robes pressed and shoes stiff. Then the doors opened, and there was Hermione, hair sleek and shiny. Robes of periwinkle blue. A softness and brightness about her that seemed new and yet entirely hers. But it wasn't just how she looked, it was who she was with. Victor Krum, the Durmstrang champion. The boy who had been silent and brooding and mysterious was now offering his arm to Hermione as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ron's face turned thunderous. You're going with Krum?" he asked, his voice tight. Hermione lifted her chin. "Yes." Harry stood between them, uncertain. The music began. The champions led the first dance. Harry and Parvati circled the floor. Hermione and Krum moved with elegance. Ron watched in silence. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Laughter, clinking glasses, music echoing in the arches. Dumbledore smiling at Madame Maxime. Snape gliding past like a dark shadow. Bagman chatting, too brightly. Hagrid at the edge of the room, awkward and gentle. And beneath it all, whispers. Whispers of alliances, of jealousy, of something darker stirring under the joy. At one point, Harry stepped out into the courtyard. The stars were cold and clear above. He breathed in the night. Even in celebration, he felt something pressing, quietly on his chest. Not sadness, not quite, but the sense that the world was shifting. Friendships, rivalries, truths. Nothing stayed still at Hogwarts for long. Chapter 23. The Yule Ball. The Yule Ball shimmered like a dream within the sturdy stone walls of Hogwarts, a dream made real with candlelight, floating snowflakes, and velvet shadows. Yet even in this warmth and wonder, there stirred things deeper than the decorations. The night had begun with grandeur, with every eye on the champions and their partners. Harry had never worn dress robes before, and though they itched and tugged at his collar, they marked him as someone different. Now a competitor, a name in a goblet, a boy whose scar meant more than just pain. Parvati, dressed in pink and gold, moved beside him like a swirl of blossoms, graceful and glowing. She smiled easily, but Harry's thoughts were elsewhere, pulled toward glimpses of Cho with Cedric, and even more unexpectedly, toward Hermione. Hermione had never looked quite like this before. Not simply in the shine of her hair or the way the blue of her robe seemed to catch the light, but in her posture, her calm. There was something proud and quiet in her presence, something that said, "I am not just the clever girl with her hand up," and she danced now with Victor Krum, champion of Durmstrang, whose stern face softened only when he turned to her. The music played, waltzes and sweeping strings, and students swayed in slow rhythm. Harry found himself moving awkwardly, watching others out of the corner of his eye, trying not to trip on Parvati's robes. Ron, dancing with Padma, was stiff and distracted, his gaze almost constantly flickering toward Hermione and Krum. "Can we sit down?" he asked Padma after only a few minutes. She agreed with a shrug, clearly disappointed. Back at the table, the tension built like frost on a window pane. Ron stared openly at Hermione when she returned with Krum, his voice rising a little too loudly. "Didn't know you liked him that old," he muttered. Hermione's expression cooled. "If you're going to be so unpleasant," she said softly, "perhaps you'd prefer to be alone." Harry watched the exchange with quiet discomfort. The Yule Ball was supposed to be fun, and yet here they were, friends at odds, emotions unraveling in the golden light. Hermione didn't rise to Ron's bait. She turned instead to Krum, who asked if she'd like another dance. She nodded, and they disappeared once more into the swirling crowd. Parvati, bored of Harry's silence, drifted away to join some friends from Beauxbatons, and Harry sat with Ron, both of them grumpy and quiet. But the night rolled on. The great hall was aglow. The band began to play faster songs, rhythms shaking the chandeliers gently. Hagrid and Madame Maxime danced, he in enormous brown robes, she in flowing silk. They moved slowly but sweetly, a pair of giants in love with the moment. Near the walls, students laughed and whispered. Some snuck out into the snowy courtyards. Others leaned close over Punch and shared glances across the flickering room. It was a night of stories, some short and silly, some tender, and some that stung beneath the skin. When Hermione returned once more, her cheeks flushed from dancing, Ron couldn't contain himself. "What do you see in Krum, anyway?" he asked sharply. "He's older, he barely talks," he's asked. "Me to visit him over the summer," Hermione replied, her voice quiet but firm. Ron blinked. "What?" Hermione nodded. "He's kind and thoughtful, and he doesn't treat me like I'm some kind of walking textbook." Her words hung in the air. Harry stared at the table, wishing for a way to smooth it all down, to bring them back to laughter and lightness. But the cracks had already formed. Later, when the music faded and students returned to their common rooms, Harry found himself walking slowly through the castle's corridors. The magic of the night had dulled into silence. The snow outside glowed softly, like a world hushed in waiting. He passed Cedric and Cho hand in hand. They didn't notice him. He passed McGonagall and Dumbledore speaking quietly near the doors. He passed an empty suit of armor and paused. Sometimes magic wasn't spells or wands. Sometimes it was the strange pull of feelings, of liking someone, of being hurt, of not knowing what to say, of seeing your best friends argue and not knowing how to make it better, of watching someone you care for, Hermione smiling, bright, confident, and realizing you've never really seen them until now. The sign. Yule Ball was meant to be joy, and for many it was, but for Harry and Ron and Hermione, it became something else too. A turning. A quiet step into the truth that growing up means change. And change, even when wrapped in music and moonlight, can be hard. By the time Harry reached the Gryffindor common room, he was tired. Not the kind of tired that sleep can mend, but the kind that settles into the heart. He climbed the stairs, pushed aside his robes, and lay in bed, the echoes of the ball still floating behind his eyes. Outside, snow fell gently. Inside, the fire burned low, and Hogwarts held them all, growing, hurting, wondering within its ancient arms. Chapter 24. Rita Skeeter's Scoop. The Yule Ball had come and gone, leaving behind soft traces, wilted corsages, footprints in the snow, and lingering feelings that seemed to echo down Hogwarts corridors. The festive glitter had faded, but in its place came something more lasting. Questions, reflections, and a growing unease that could not be so easily swept away. In the days following the ball, Hermione walked with an air of cool detachment. Her chin was higher, her eyes steady. And though she still joined Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, a quiet space remained between her and Ron, a space padded with unspoken words and wounded pride. Ron, for his part, sulked. Not loudly, not with shouts or fury, but with a persistent silence, a refusal to meet Hermione's gaze, a stiffness in his shoulders. His jealousy had not faded with the music. If anything, it had grown roots. Harry, caught between them like parchment stretched too tight, tried to remain neutral, tried to keep their shared laughter from unraveling completely. But even he felt the tension, like static in the air, waiting for the next spark. Classes resumed, and the castle regained its usual rhythm. Students wrapped their scarves tighter against the cold. Homework once again piled like snowdrifts, and, beneath it all, whispers continued to ripple in hushed tones. Whispers about Victor Krum and Hermione, about Cedric and Cho, about Harry, the youngest champion, the boy with the lightning scar and a place he hadn't chosen. It was in this fragile quiet that Rita Skeeter struck. She appeared like a gust of perfume and parchment, her quill glinting gold and her nails like lacquered claws. She had a way of speaking that always sounded just a bit too loud, as if she meant for secrets to be overheard. Harry had barely settled into the warmth of the Great Hall for breakfast when Hermione stormed in, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet in one trembling hand. "Look at this," she hissed, slamming the paper down between him and Ron. And there it was, Rita's latest article, inked across the page in thick, dramatic font. Harry Potter's Secret Heartache, torn between two. The words leapt off the page like firecrackers. Beneath them, Rita's version of truth danced shamelessly. Hermione was described as plain but ambitious, accused of stringing along both Harry and Victor Krum in a bewitching love triangle that could shake the Triwizard tournament. Hermione's face was red, not with embarrassment but fury. "She twisted everything," she said through gritted teeth. "She was eavesdropping during the ball. I knew she was nearby. I could feel it." Ron blinked at the headline, then snorted. "She called you plain?" Hermione rounded on him. "That's what you took from this?" Ron flushed, muttered something unintelligible, and stared at his toast. But Harry wasn't laughing. He remembered the quick glint of Rita's eyes, the way her magical quill moved on its own, scribbling lies with a silken hiss. She had spun fantasies before, but this one struck closer. It involved all of them, and worse, it didn't seem to care who it hurt. "I'm going to do something about it," Hermione said quietly, gathering the paper back into her arms. "She can't keep getting away with this. And from that moment on, Hermione had a new mission. In between lessons and late-night study sessions, she disappeared into the library and emerged with determined eyes and a quiet resolve. She was not the kind of girl to let a lie live long. Meanwhile, the rest of Hogwarts feasted on gossip like it was chocolate. Everywhere Harry walked, he felt eyes follow him. Some whispered, some pointed. A few first-years even asked if it was true that he and Hermione were breaking up because of Crumb. Harry groaned. We weren't even together, but the truth didn't seem to matter much. Not when Rita Skeeter had already shaped the story into something juicier. Outside the swirl of rumors, life pressed on. The second task of the Triwizard tournament loomed nearer, and Harry still hadn't deciphered the mystery of the golden egg. When opened, it shrieked with a piercing, unintelligible noise, a sound that sent shivers through his spine and left him no closer to answers. He carried it with him sometimes, tucked beneath his robes, heavy and silent. Like a ticking clock with no hands. Ron remained distant, not cold exactly, but still stung by Hermione's closeness with Crumb. He muttered about it often, usually when Hermione wasn't around to hear, or when he thought she wasn't. But the funny thing about Hogwarts is that secrets rarely stay secret for long. One afternoon, Harry returned to the common room to find Hermione seated in the corner, writing feverishly. A thick stack of parchment sat beside her, filled with notes, diagrams, and passages copied from magical law texts. She looked up when he sat beside her. I think I've figured out how she's doing it, she whispered. Who? Rita Skeeter. She's getting all this information, things she shouldn't know. I think she's using some form of unregistered animagus magic. Harry blinked. You mean she turns into an animal? Hermione nodded. That's the only way she could be getting into places without being seen. She must be sneaking around, listening in. Harry was impressed, and a little nervous. Hermione's determination had grown sharp, almost pointed. She wasn't just annoyed. She was preparing to expose Rita for what she was. Later, as the fire crackled and the common room emptied, Hermione shared more of her plan, though in hushed tones. I'm gonna catch her, she said calmly, like one would discuss brewing a potion. I just need a little more time. Outside, the snow continued to fall, silent and slow. But inside Hogwarts, things were shifting. Whispers and lies, truths and determination, they swirled together like mist in the moonlight, and somewhere in the middle of it all stood three friends, trying to hold on to each other, even as the world tried to pull them apart. Chapter 25, The Egg and the Eye. The castle was quiet that evening, tucked beneath the hush of winter. Snow pressed gently against the high windows. The firelight in the common room flickered with its usual warmth, casting golden shadows over couches and curled-up students, but Harry's thoughts were not calm. The second task of the Triwizard tournament loomed like a low-hanging cloud, and the golden egg still screamed its maddening, unintelligible tune. He had tried everything, opening it under pillows in empty classrooms and even outside in the courtyard, but nothing helped. And so, when Cedric Diggory approached him, cool and composed as ever, it was unexpected. They had just left herbology when Cedric fell into step beside him. You know, Cedric said in his mild, level voice. I've been meaning to say thanks. Harry blinked. For what? You told me about the dragons, Cedric said. Before the first task, you didn't have to. Harry shrugged. You'd have found out anyway. Cedric gave a half smile. Still, I appreciated it. And, well, I think it's only fair I return the favor. Harry looked up, curious now. Cedric leaned a little closer. Take a bath with it. Harry blinked. The egg, Cedric added, grinning faintly. Take it to the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor. Run the taps. Trust me. Harry stared. Why a bath? Cedric just smiled again. You'll see. And with that, he walked away, leaving Harry standing in the corridor with 1,000 questions. That night, when the castle had gone to sleep, and the embers in the common room were fading to whispers, Harry slipped on his invisibility cloak. The Marauder's map was tucked under his arm. The golden egg was nestled in a soft towel. He stepped out into the corridor, heart thudding with a familiar, nervous rhythm. Rule-breaking always felt different when done alone. More secret, more quiet. Guided by the flickering torches and the soft scrawl of the Marauder's map, Harry made his way through the cold stone passageways. The egg was heavy in his arms, and the castle creaked gently around him. Finally, he reached the 5th floor. The prefect's bathroom door stood tall and white, trimmed in marble with a polished brass handle. Carved in the wood was a number, 5. He whispered the password Cedric had given him, pine fresh, and the door creaked open. Inside, it was like a dream. The room was vast, echoing, and bathed in golden light. A pool-sized tub sat in the center, sunk into the floor and filled with steaming water. Around its rim were dozens of golden taps, each one pouring something different. Bubbles in every color, clouds of scented foam, glimmering mist. The walls were tiled with mother of pearl, and a row of stained glass windows glowed softly in the candlelight, casting dancing colors across the water. Harry approached, awestruck. He set the egg gently on the edge of the tub and turned several of the taps. Water poured in, some deep blue, some emerald, some fizzing like soda. Soon the room smelled like eucalyptus, roses, and something citrusy and sharp. He undressed and slipped into the warm water, feeling it embrace him like a blanket. The bubbles rose around him, and the tension in his muscles began to dissolve. With a breath, he reached for the egg and opened it underwater, and there it was. Not a scream, not a shriek, but a soft, melodic song. Muffled by the water, the egg revealed its secret. A ghostly voice echoed from beneath the surface, a song that swam like a lullaby. The words were strange but haunting. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. Harry leaned closer, the words rippling through the water like silk. The song was mysterious, a riddle sung by creatures who clearly did not dwell on land. He listened again, heart thudding not with fear, but clarity. The answer was there. It was about the lake. The voices were merpeople. The task would be underwater. They were going to take something precious, something he would miss terribly, and he would have to retrieve it, somehow, beneath the waves. He sat back, dripping, mind spinning, and then click. A sound from beyond the bathroom door. The soft scrape of something heavy. Harry froze. He leapt from the bath, grabbing his towel and the egg. Wrapping the invisibility cloak quickly around his shoulders, he tiptoed to the door. On the Marauder's map, a dot was moving near the corridor. It was Filch. The caretaker's grumbling echoed faintly as he muttered to himself, "Students out of bed." I heard something. Harry's heart raced. Then, a second dot appeared. Snape. The potions master was approaching too, his steps crisp and cold. Harry held his breath, watching the dots move. Filch opened the bathroom door, peering inside suspiciously. For a moment, Harry thought he was seen, but the cloak held firm, silent, and still. Filch sniffed the air. Perfume. Someone's been here. Snape's voice slithered in behind him. Perhaps the headmaster should know that a student was sneaking about. Harry edged backward, pressing against the wall, willing the map to guide him away. But then, another sound. A third figure appeared on the map. Bartemius Crouch. Harry blinked. The name was unmistakable. But what was Barty Crouch doing here? And why did he seem off? He wasn't supposed to be at Hogwarts now. He was ill, Percy had said. Snape turned sharply. Crouch? He whispered. What is he doing here? Filch looked just as confused, but by the time they stepped back into the corridor, Harry had already slipped silently past them, heart racing. He didn't stop until he was back in the common room, wet footprints trailing behind him in the egg, tucked under his arm like a lifeline. The fire still glowed faintly. The common room was silent, but Harry stood there shivering slightly, not from the cold, but from the strange twist in the night. The egg had spoken. The task was clearer now. But something else had begun to form, an unease that deepened with every hallway shadow and every flicker of Barty Crouch's unexpected presence. Chapter 26, The Second Task. The lake outside Hogwarts lay still and silver in the early morning mist. Frost still touched the edges of the grounds, and the low hush of February held fast over the castle. It was time. The second task had arrived. Harry awoke with the kind of nervous fluttering that had no real shape, just a quiet, persistent unease that curled in the stomach and tapped on the ribs. He'd had little sleep. Visions of golden eggs, shadowy corridors, and echoing songs had haunted him in flickering pieces. The riddle spun again and again in his mind. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss, or it was clear now, the lake. And something, or someone, was going to be taken from him, hidden beneath the surface. He would have to dive deep to find it. But there was one problem. He didn't know how to breathe underwater. As the castle slowly stirred, Harry dressed and made his way down to breakfast in the great hall, where tension buzzed just beneath the clinking cutlery and murmured conversations. The enchanted ceiling above had turned to a low gray, thick with pale clouds. Ron and Hermione flanked him, their concern tucked into quiet glances. "Any luck figuring it out?" Ron asked softly. Harry shook his head. "The song makes sense, now, but I don't know how to do it. I can't breathe underwater. There's no spell I know." Hermione bit her lip. She had scoured the library with him for days, but time had run out. The task was just an hour away. "Maybe," she said, voice small, "maybe you'll just figure it out when you're down there." Harry gave a half-hearted smile. In the entrance hall, the champions began to gather. Fleur Delacour stood poised and pale, her silver hair glowing even under the gray light. Victor Crumb was silent and brooding, eyes sharp beneath his fur-lined cloak. Cedric Diggory joined them, steady and kind, nodding once at Harry in quiet solidarity. Ludo Bagman appeared, soon after, cheery and round-faced, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Ready, champions?" he called brightly. "Down to the lake, then. Spectators are already waiting." They descended the sloping lawns together, a line of nerves and winter breath. The lake shimmered, still and vast. On the far shore, wooden stands had been erected, filled with students and staff, all bundled in scarves and thick cloaks. The wind whispered over the surface, soft and expectant. The champions lined up along the edge of the lake. Professors Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime stood just behind, watching with silent interest. The judges sat at a long table beneath, a fluttering tent, their faces unreadable. Harry looked down at the water and felt a chill run through him, not from the cold, but from the unknown stretching beneath the surface. Bagman moved closer. "All right, everyone," he said, lowering his voice for the champions. "You've got 1 hour. Something valuable has been taken. It's down there. You'll need to find it and bring it back. Good luck." He turned, beaming at the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second task of the Triwizard tournament begins. Now!" A whistle blew sharp and bright, and just like that, the champions sprang into motion. Fleur muttered something and dove with a graceful arc. Crumb drank a potion from a small vial, then transformed before their eyes, his face lengthening, limbs shifting. He was part shark. Cedric jumped in after murmuring a charm, gills sprouting along his neck. Harry stood frozen. He had nothing. Panic bloomed in his chest. He fumbled through his robe, searching for anything that could help. And then, like a whisper in a dream, Dobby appeared. The little elf popped into being with a sharp crack, eyes wide and anxious. "Harry Potter must take this," he squeaked, pressing a wad of slimy green into Harry's hands. "It's gillyweed, sir. Gillyweed will let Harry Potter breathe under the water." Harry stared. "Eat it! Quick!" Dobby urged, nearly bouncing. There was no time to question. It. Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth. It tasted of seawater and damp spinach. Almost immediately, his throat felt tight, his lungs burned, and the world tilted. And then, he dove. The cold hit him like glass. But then, his body began to change. He could breathe. His neck tingled and stretched, sprouting gills. His fingers and toes webbed, and the water no longer felt like resistance. It welcomed him. He kicked downward. The lake around him opened like a silent cathedral. Shafts of gray-green light filtered through the dark. Strange plants swayed in the currents, and ghostly fish darted past, pale as moonlight. Harry swam deep, deeper than he thought possible. Soon, the silence became something else. Song. A haunting melody drifted through the murky water, the same that had played from the egg but now real and alive. Merpeople. He followed the sound. Stone statues loomed below, ancient and worn by the water. A village lay nestled at the bottom of the lake. Tangles of underwater homes carved from rock and coral, and there, tied gently to the statues, were 4 figures, floating, asleep. Hermione, Cho Chang, Gabrielle Delacour, Ron. Each lay still, hair, drifting like seaweed bound by thick strands of kelp. The merpeople circled nearby, sharp-toothed but calm, their long gray hair flowing with the tide. They watched with unblinking eyes. Harry approached Ron, his heart heavy and wild. He reached to cut him free, but paused. Only one was to be rescued. Wasn't that what the task said? But he couldn't just leave the others. The merpeople hissed and shook their spears when he moved toward Hermione. Harry hesitated, then signaled urgently. They needed help. They couldn't be left, but the merpeople simply stared. Moments passed. Time slipped by like currents. The hour was nearly up, and then Cedric swam into view, face determined. He cut Cho free and gave Harry a nod before kicking upward. Crumb followed soon after, his shark head twisting. He freed Hermione, then turned and vanished. Harry was alone again. Fleur hadn't come. Gabriel still floated. The merpeople didn't stop him this time. Perhaps they sensed the task was over. Perhaps they had waited long enough. Harry took a deep breath and cut Gabriel free, then turned to Ron. He pulled both of them upward, swimming hard, lungs burning, legs aching. The light above grew brighter. The cold deepened, then began to fade, and then they broke the surface. Cheers erupted from the shore. The task was over. Hands reached to pull them from the water. Blankets were wrapped around shoulders. Dumbledore himself was there, his eyes twinkling, and Madame Pomfrey bustled over with warm potions and thick towels. Ron sputtered, coughing water. Gabriel stirred. Everyone was safe. Harry sat wrapped in a blanket, shivering, heart still pounding, as Bagman announced the results. Harry hadn't been the fastest, but he had shown the most moral fiber, the judges said. He had refused to leave anyone behind. He had done the right thing. And in that moment, among all the confusion and clapping and steam rising from their wet clothes, Harry smiled. Because sometimes winning didn't mean being first. Sometimes it meant simply not letting go. Chapter 27. Padfoot returns. The lake was behind them now, its glassy surface once again undisturbed, hiding all its mysteries beneath a mirror of sky. But the ripples of the second task had not yet settled within Harry's heart. Even as warm fires crackled in the common rooms and familiar laughter rose again in the halls, something within him stayed still, listening. It was late. The corridors were hushed, shadows stretching long between flickering torches. Harry wandered. Then with Ron at his side, both boys trailing the echoes of that day, they had faced the deep, faced what might be lost, and now everything felt more precious. But not everything felt resolved. The mystery still wound itself quietly through Harry's thoughts like smoke. Why had Barty Crouch disappeared from the judge's table during the task? Why had he seemed so vacant before. Harry couldn't shake the thought of him, nor the way Bagman had tried to smooth things over with two wide smiles. And why had Fleur not arrived in time to rescue Gabrielle? Something felt off-kilter. The puzzle pieces no longer fit so easily. It was on a quiet afternoon, days after the second task, that an unexpected letter arrived. Hedwig swooped down with a graceful arc and dropped the small piece of parchment into Harry's hands. The writing was familiar, slanted, urgent, careful. Bring as much food as you can. Meet me at the edge of the forest tonight. Usual place. I need to see you. Padfoot. The name was a whisper, a warmth. Sirius. Harry folded the note and tucked it deep into his robes. He felt a spark ignite in his chest, a quiet comfort. Sirius was still watching. Still near. That night, under the cover of stars and frost, Harry wrapped himself in his cloak and slipped into the dark. Ron had offered to go with him, but Harry had shaken his head. This was something he needed to do alone. The trees whispered around him as he made his way to the edge of the forbidden forest, the wind tugging at his cloak. The stars hung low like they had come closer just for this meeting. Somewhere nearby, centaurs watched silently from the shadows. And there, by the thick roots of a gnarled old oak, was a shape, a large, shaggy black dog. Padfoot. Harry crouched, holding out a hand, and the dog padded forward, nuzzling his fingers. Then, with a shimmer, the fur receded, and Sirius Black stood before him, wrapped in ragged robes, his face thinner but his eyes sharp with something bright. "Harry," he said quietly. "Sirius," Harry breathed, handing him a bundle of food, bread, cheese, cooked meats wrapped in cloth. Sirius sat on the cold ground and tore into the meal with quiet urgency. They didn't speak for a moment, only the sound of the forest and the crackle of leaves beneath them. Then Sirius looked up. "You were magnificent," he said softly. "In the lake. I saw it all from the trees." Harry's cheeks flushed with surprise. You were there?" "I never left," Sirius said. "Not really. I've been hiding in the cave above Hogsmeade, watching, waiting. Something's not right, Harry." Harry nodded slowly, the air between them thick with the same worry. Sirius leaned closer. "Barty Crouch has disappeared. Officially, he's ill. But I've heard otherwise. Dobby said he's not at the ministry, and there's more. Percy Weasley says Crouch's handwriting has changed. His letters are strange." Harry's heart thudded. "And Bagman," Sirius went on. "There's a history there. He's in deep with goblins, gambling debts. He's been dodging questions, pretending everything's fine. But it's not." The night deepened around them, the moon rising gently over the treetops. "Do you think this has to do with Voldemort?" Harry asked, voice barely above a whisper. Sirius's expression darkened. "Yes," he said. "I think he's stirring. And I think someone at Hogwarts is helping him." Harry felt a cold thread of fear wind through his ribs. "Who?" "I don't know yet, but you need to be careful. Moody, keep close to him. He may be paranoid, but he's on your side." Harry nodded slowly. Sirius sighed, leaning back against the roots. "I wish I could do more. Be there with you. But I can't risk being seen." "The ministry still thinks I'm a killer." His voice was quiet, heavy. "I hate hiding like this, but I won't let anything happen to you." Harry's chest ached with emotion. There was something about Sirius, the way he looked at him, not like a teacher or even a godfather, but like family, real family. They sat in silence for a long time, the moonlight silvering the forest floor. Eventually, Sirius stood and shifted again, becoming Padfoot with a ripple of magic. He nuzzled Harry once more before disappearing into the trees, black fur vanishing into shadow. Harry stood for a long time after that, staring into the place where Sirius had gone. The cold crept into his bones, but he didn't move. The world felt larger than it had a day ago, more dangerous, more mysterious, but not entirely lonely, because someone was out there, watching, waiting, protecting, and that was enough. He turned and began the quiet walk back to the castle, stars above, forest behind, and the long road of the tournament still winding ahead. Chapter 28, The Madness of Mr. Crouch. Spring had begun to stretch gently across the grounds of Hogwarts. The grass grew a deeper shade of green, and soft winds carried the scents of budding blooms and distant water. It was a time for fresh air and lightness, for open windows and laughing by the lake, and yet not all was light within the castle walls. Harry walked through these days with Sirius's words echoing quietly in the corners of his mind. Each moment seemed to carry the shadow of a question. Each face, Mad-Eye Moody's grizzled glare, Snape's disdainful sneer, even Bagman's breezy smile, looked slightly different now. There were so many pieces, and they didn't quite fit. It was a Saturday morning when Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's cabin. The skies were blue, dappled with feathery clouds, and the lake glimmered nearby. The third task of the Triwizard tournament was drawing near, and Harry felt the weight of it approaching, slow and steady, like a storm far off at sea. As they walked, Hermione chattered about her latest letter from Victor Crumb, her voice bright and carefully casual. Ron rolled his eyes more than once, but said nothing. Then, rounding a bend, they spotted Hagrid, towering, bearded, and bundled in an enormous apron, speaking to someone in the shadows beyond the pumpkin patch. It was Crumb. He stood tall and serious, hands in his pockets, dark eyes focused intently on Hagrid. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, but Hermione waved quietly, urging them not to interrupt. They lingered nearby, waiting, and when Crumb finally nodded goodbye and began walking away, Harry called out, "Hey, Victor!" The older boy turned, startled, for a moment before giving a brief nod. "Hello, Harry, Hermione." Ron gave a grudging grunt. Crumb paused, glancing toward the woods. "Would you walk with me?" he asked Harry, his tone strangely subdued. Surprised, Harry agreed, and together they strolled toward the forest's edge, where the shadows grew cooler and the trees stood still. "You are under pressure," Crumb said at last. "This tournament, it is dangerous." Harry looked at him carefully. There was no arrogance in his tone, just a kind of worried gravity. "I'm handling it," Harry replied. "I have help." They walked a few more steps in silence. Then, from between the trees, there came a rustling. It was not the quiet flutter of wind, nor the soft footfall of an animal. It was hurried, stumbling, and then, out of the undergrowth, emerged a man. Barty Crouch. His clothes were torn and dirt-stained, his hair wild, and his eyes were the eyes of someone adrift in another world. He mumbled as he walked, staggering like a sleepwalker. His hands fluttered near his chest, clutching something invisible. His eyes darted to Harry, then past him. The Dark Lord. "He's coming. I've done what I had to. My son." Harry and Crumb froze. "Mr. Crouch," Harry called gently, but the man didn't respond with recognition. Instead, he swayed forward, muttering to no one, his words broken and strange. "He's near, it must be told. Dumbledore must know." Crumb stepped forward, reaching out to steady him, and then Crouch collapsed. Harry raced toward him, kneeling beside the crumpled form. The man's chest still rose and fell. "Shallow and quick. I'll get help," Harry said, springing to his feet. "Stay with him!" He sprinted back toward the castle, heart pounding, lungs burning. The grass blurred beneath his feet. Somewhere within the high towers, Dumbledore was speaking with McGonagall. Harry burst into the room, breathless and wild-eyed. "Professor, it's Mr. Crouch. He's outside in the forest. Something's wrong." Dumbledore stood at once, his eyes sharp and shining. "Take me to him," he said calmly. They moved fast. McGonagall, too, joined them, her stride brisk and her expression taut with concern. But when they reached the edge of the forest, a cold stillness greeted them. Crumb stood alone, and Mr. Crouch was gone. Gone. There was no sign of struggle, no trail. Only the faint impression in the grass where a man had lain moments before. "What happened?" Dumbledore asked softly. Crumb looked stunned. I was watching him." He said nothing more. He was still. Then I turned. Only a moment. Dumbledore's face was unreadable, but his eyes flickered with something deep. McGonagall turned to Harry. "You're certain it was Barty Crouch?" "Yes," Harry whispered. "He was mad, talking about Voldemort, about his son." Dumbledore gave a gentle nod. "Go back to the castle, Harry. I will take things from here." Harry obeyed, though every part of him burned with unease. Something had happened. Mr. Crouch had come to him, to Hogwarts, with a warning he could barely speak. And now he had vanished like smoke. Back inside the castle, the mood shifted. That evening, Harry found himself in the Gryffindor common room, curled beside the fire with Ron and Hermione. The flames crackled, throwing long shadows on the walls. Don't get it," Ron said. "How could he just disappear?" "I think someone didn't want him talking," Hermione whispered, her voice like a thread of silk in the quiet room. "He came to warn Dumbledore. He was afraid. But someone got there first." Harry stared into the fire, its soft glow blurred before his eyes. "There's too much happening," he murmured. "Bagman, Crouch, Moody, Voldemort." A hush settled over them. In the flickering light, time slowed. The tournament loomed like a mountain in the dark, the third task drawing closer, silent and waiting. Outside the windows, the stars hung cold and ancient. Inside, 3 friends sat together, held in the stillness of secrets not yet spoken. And somewhere, perhaps in the forest, perhaps far beyond, answers waited to be found. But not tonight. Tonight was for quiet, for wondering, for listening to the distant whisper of something that was coming. Chapter 29, The Dream. Night had settled softly over the castle. Candles flickered low in their sconces, and the corridors stretched long and empty, filled only with the echo of distant footsteps and the gentle creak of moving staircases. Indy, the dormitory. Harry lay beneath the covers, the warmth of the common room fire still clinging faintly to his skin. The room was quiet but for the slow breaths of his sleeping friends. Beyond the curtains of his 4-poster bed, the world held its breath. And then, it came. The dream. It began, as dreams so often do, with something familiar. A sensation. A place. A flicker of something not quite real. But quickly, the dream sharpened, focused, and became something else entirely. Harry was no longer lying in bed. He was flying, or rather gliding through the air, weightless and invisible, drawn as if by unseen strings across miles of countryside. Beneath him, the land blurred, fields, forests, and hills rolling past like waves. And then, a building, a house, dark, half hidden in the trees. He moved toward it, not walking, not floating, but being pulled, dreamlike and relentless. Inside, the house, he saw a room dimly lit by firelight. The walls were stone, old and cold. A chair sat in the center, cloaked in shadow. In it, Lord Voldemort, thin, pale, serpent-like. His red eyes glowed faintly beneath the hood of shadow, and his long fingers drummed gently on the arm of the chair. He was speaking, to someone unseen. "You are sure?" he whispered, voice soft as silk. "Crouch has gone to Dumbledore?" There was no reply, only the rustle of cloth. Voldemort's mouth curled, almost amused. "Then it seems we must act more quickly." Harry felt a strange pull, a sense that the room itself was aware of him. He was still watching, floating, dreaming, yet something had turned toward him. "He dreams," Voldemort whispered, a flash of movement, and suddenly pain. Searing, electric pain burst in Harry's forehead. His scar, a line of fire across his skin. He screamed, though only in the dream. The room twisted, the shadows swirled, and the darkness pulled him backward, back through the house, through the air, through the sky. And he woke, gasping, shaking. Sweat clung to his skin. His hands clutched. The bedclothes and the scar on his forehead throbbed with an aching burn. It hadn't felt like a dream. Not really. Not just a nightmare. It had felt real. Alive. Breathless, he fumbled for his glasses, pushed aside the curtain, and climbed out. Of bed. The dormitory was still and hushed. No one stirred. The moonlight washed over the wooden floor like a sheet of frost. He didn't think. He just moved. Down the spiral staircase, through the common room, and out into the corridor. His feet knew the path even as his mind reeled. There was only one person he needed to speak to. Professor Dumbledore. The halls of Hogwarts stretched long and silent, lit faintly by the glow of floating torches. Portraits watched him pass with sleepy eyes. Suits of armor stood like silent sentries. The castle was resting, breathing. He reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office and hesitated. What was the password? He tried a few guesses. Fizzing Whizbee, sherbet lemon. The gargoyle didn't move, but luck, or fate, intervened. Behind him, footsteps echoed down the corridor. It was Professor McGonagall, her expression stern but surprised. "Potter?" she asked softly. "What on earth are you doing out of bed?" "I need to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, voice trembling. McGonagall studied him for a moment. Something in his eyes must have moved her, because she gave a single nod and turned to the gargoyle. Cockroach cluster. The statue sprang aside. Together, they ascended the moving staircase. Dumbledore's office was just as Harry remembered. Cluttered, warm, full of ticking and whirring magical devices. The phoenix fox dozed on its perch, feathers glowing, like embers. Dumbledore looked up as they entered, his gaze immediately finding Harry's. "Come in," he said gently. "Sit down." McGonagall explained briefly, then left them, closing the door with a soft click behind her. Dumbledore leaned forward. "What happened, Harry?" And Harry told him everything. The dream, the room, Voldemort, the pain. Every word, every moment like beads strung on a thread. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes sharp and clear. When Harry finished, the room was very quiet. Then Dumbledore rose and moved toward a cupboard, pulling out a shallow stone basin covered with strange runes. The Pensieve. Harry had seen it once before, a tool for looking into memory, into thought. But this time, Dumbledore didn't use it. He merely held it for a moment, gazing into the silvery surface. Then he turned back to Harry. "Your connection to Voldemort is unusual," he said slowly. "And growing stronger, I fear." Harry swallowed hard. It felt real, like I was really there. "I believe you," Dumbledore said, and I believe it was. He placed the Pensieve gently on the desk, then sat across from Harry again. "Thank you for coming to me," he said quietly. "That took courage." Harry looked at his hands. "What does it mean?" Dumbledore's face was grave. "It means the storm is closer than we thought." Outside the office window, the sky had begun to lighten, the first hint of dawn painting the horizon in shades of pearl and rose. The world was waking, but within Harry the sense of unease remained. A thread pulled tighter, a voice whispering in the dark. He didn't yet know the shape of what was coming, only that it was moving closer, and he would not be able to sleep it away. But for now, in the stillness of the office, with Dumbledore's steady presence beside him, the fear softened. He wasn't alone. Chapter 30. The Pensieve. Morning had broken over Hogwarts, pale and quiet, casting soft golden light through the windows of the headmaster's office. The warmth of the rising sun touched the shelves and curiosities that lined the circular room, silver instruments clicking gently, portraits of former headmasters murmuring in their sleep. Harry sat in the same chair, his scar still tingling faintly, the memory of the dream like an echo in his chest. Dumbledore stood across from him, quiet for a long time. Then, with a patient hand, he reached for the stone basin on the desk, the Pensieve. It shimmered gently in the light, its surface filled with a silvery, swirling substance that seemed neither liquid nor gas. It moved like thought, slipping, drifting, curling inward. "Come," Dumbledore said softly. Harry stood, and together they moved toward the Pensieve. "I think," Dumbledore said, his voice like the rustle of pages, "it is time you understood a little more." He raised his wand, touched it to his temple, and drew out a single strand of memory, fine and glowing. He let it fall into the Pensieve. The surface rippled, then, without another word, he bent over and touched it with his face. Harry, unsure, but trusting, followed. And at once the world tilted. He fell, not in fear, but in the strange, floating sensation he had felt once before when using the Pensieve. The room twisted, faded, blurred, and then resolved into something new. They stood together in a courtroom. The air was thick with tension. Stone walls, heavy benches, a chained chair in the center of the chamber. It was the Wizengamot, Britain's magical high court. The room was full of robed figures, solemn and silent. A younger Dumbledore sat near the front, his beard a little shorter, his expression still wise. In the center chair sat a man, gaunt, pale, with dark shadows beneath his eyes. "Igor Karkaroff," whispered the real Dumbledore beside Harry. Harry turned toward him, startled. They were ghosts here, observers, unseen and untouched by the scene before them. Karkaroff was speaking rapidly, fearfully, begging. "I can give you names," he said, his voice cracked and sharp. "I want to help the Ministry. I want to make amends." He began listing them, Death Eaters. Dumbledore, ever watchful, offered little reaction. But when Karkaroff mentioned one name, Severus Snape, the younger Dumbledore stood. "Severus Snape is not here to be accused," he said firmly. "He turned spy before the Dark Lord's fall. He has proven his loyalty to me." Karkaroff fell silent, clearly hoping for a more fruitful exchange. The memory shifted again. Another courtroom, another figure. This time, it was a man with straw-colored hair, a nervous manner, and a twitching eye. "Bartemius Crouch Jr.," said Dumbledore quietly. The young man in chains looked fragile, broken, but there was a madness in his eyes. He was flanked by screaming. Parents, his mother in tears, his father stern and cold. Crouch Sr., Harry remembered, had been at the Quidditch World Cup, a man of order, of strict rules. But here, he stood like stone while his son pleaded. "I didn't do it!" Crouch Jr. screamed. "I didn't! I swear it!" But the Wizengamot was unmoved. The chains tightened. The room swirled again. And then, they were back. Back in the present. Back in the office. Harry stumbled slightly, the transition always strange. Dumbledore steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. "Who was he?" Harry asked, voice low. "Crouch's son?" Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the Pensieve, still swirling, softly. "He was convicted for torturing the Longbottoms," Dumbledore said gently. "Neville's parents." Harry's breath caught. "Yes," Dumbledore continued, as if reading the thoughts in Harry's heart. "They were Aurors, brave and strong, and their minds were shattered by the Cruciatus curse." He said nothing. For a moment, and neither did Harry. The room felt quiet in a way that wasn't silence, but respect. "There is much pain in the past, Harry," Dumbledore said after a while. "But the past teaches, it warns, and sometimes it prepares." Harry looked again into the Pensieve. "So you think. Voldemort's planning something," he said, almost whispering. "I believe he is gathering strength," Dumbledore said, his voice low and even. "And I believe your dreams are more than dreams. They are glimpses, threads." He did not say more. Instead, he turned to Fawkes, the phoenix, who had awakened and was watching them with golden eyes. The bird let out a single note, soft and pure, like a drop of light falling in still water. "There is still hope," Dumbledore murmured. "There is always hope." Harry left the office with the sky now brightening fully today. The castle had begun to stir. Students moved in clusters, murmuring and laughing, unaware of the shadows curling at the edge of the coming days. Back in the common room, Ron and Hermione looked up as Harry returned. They must have noticed something in his face because they didn't question him, not right away. They just made space for him near the fire, warm and gentle, like friends who knew when to speak and when to simply sit beside you in silence. Later, that day, Harry would think about what he had seen: the chained son, the screaming mother, the cold father. The truths wrapped in memory. And he would wonder, not for the last time, just how many stories lived inside the people around him, waiting to be told, or hidden forever in the still waters of the mind. But for now, he let the fire flicker and the quiet voices around him hum low. The world was turning, and he was slowly beginning to understand. Chapter 31. The Third Task. The days grew long and golden as June settled softly over the castle grounds, wrapping Hogwarts in a warm hush. Sunlight spilled through the windows like honey, and the scent of grass drifted on the breeze. But underneath that easy summer stillness, something weightier stirred. For Harry, time had become heavy. With each passing hour, the third task loomed larger on the horizon, an invisible shape darkening the calm. The champions were given time to prepare. Each of them, Harry, Cedric, Victor, and Fleur, was summoned into a small velvet-draped chamber one bright afternoon. There, Ludo Bagman awaited them, cheerful as ever, bouncing on his toes. He explained the final task with a smile, but there was something in his eyes that flickered too quickly. The task would be a maze. The Hogwarts Quidditch. Pitch had been transformed, its stands vanished, its green grass buried beneath thick hedges that had grown impossibly tall and wild, forming a sprawling labyrinth. Inside, they would face obstacles, some magical, some monstrous, and some merely illusions of the mind. "First to touch the cup," Bagman said, gesturing grandly, "wins eternal glory." Harry glanced at the others. Fleur stood tall and composed, though a faint tension held her shoulders. Victor's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened, his hands tucked into his robes. Cedric looked thoughtful, nodding to himself. That night, Harry lay in bed staring at the canopy above. The dormitory around him breathed with soft snores and rustling sheets. His scar did not hurt, but a weight rested just behind his ribs, like a warning he couldn't quite name. In the weeks that followed, preparations began. Professor McGonagall assigned each champion a mentor for practice. Harry's time was spent with Professor Moody, though even now there was something uneasy in the way the man watched him. They practiced jinxes and hexes, shield charms, and obstacle tactics. "Constant vigilance," Moody muttered again, and again tapping the side of his nose. "The maze won't be what you expect." There was one morning, still and quiet, when Harry met Cedric near the greenhouses. The two boys stood side by side, not competitors now, but something closer to companions in uncertainty. Cedric, ever noble, passed Harry a tip, a hint about a charm that might come in handy. Harry, touched, returned the gesture, telling Cedric about the dragons, how Hagrid had shown him before the first task. There was no rivalry, just quiet respect. And so the night of the third task came. Hogwarts stood under a bruised violet sky, the first stars just beginning to prick the velvet above. The Quidditch pitch was transformed completely, its heart hidden behind towering hedges, tall as buildings and thick with tangled leaves. Torches lined the paths, casting flickering shadows. The stands were filled with students, teachers, ministry officials, and families. Murmurs hummed in the air, soft like a faraway tide. The champions stood together at the maze's mouth. Harry glanced into the shadows of the hedges and felt the weight of silence there, alive, listening. Professor Dumbledore raised his wand. A loud whistle split the dusk. Cedric and Victor entered first, then Fleur, then Harry, and the maze swallowed them all. It was quiet inside, unnaturally so. The hedges seemed to muffle sound, thick and sentient. Harry moved forward slowly, wand out, alert. The path split almost immediately. He chose one and crept ahead, his footsteps hushed against the soft earth. The first challenge came not in the form of a beast, but a mist, strange, silver, and clinging. It distorted the air around it, making up seem down and down seem sky. He fought through it, heart thudding until he emerged shaken but safe. Further in, the maze tried other tricks, enchanted barriers that moved without warning, shadows that shifted unnaturally. A blast-ended Scroot, a monstrous creature bred from dangerous magical beasts, lurched from the brush, crackling and hissing. Harry dodged, conjured a shield, and managed to send it crashing into a hedge with a jinx. But it was not the creatures that unnerved him most. It was the quiet, the deep, pressing hush, as though the maze itself were watching. He thought he heard Fleur scream, far off, muffled by the greenery. He turned, but found only hedges behind him now, the path rearranged. And then, another figure, Crumb. But Victor's wand was raised, his eyes glazed, his expression blank. He attacked Cedric. Harry arrived just in time, disarming Crumb with a shout. Cedric stared at Victor, disbelief shadowing his face. "Something's wrong," he whispered. They left Crumb where he lay, stunned and breathing, and parted ways again, each determined to find the cup. Time passed strangely. Harry came upon a sphinx, next, majestic and silent. It posed a riddle, and he stood in the soft hush of the maze, thinking carefully. He answered, correctly, and was allowed to pass. Then, finally, after so much turning and searching, he saw it. The Triwizard Cup. It stood in a small clearing, glowing softly in the moonlight. Almost ethereal, almost peaceful. But Cedric arrived. At the same time, breathless, dirt on his face, wand tight in hand, they stared at each other. "You take it," Cedric said, his voice rough. "You saved me twice." "No," Harry replied, shaking his head. "We take it together." Cedric paused, then he smiled, and they reached for it at the same time. The moment their fingers touched the cup, a tug, a rushing pull like a hook behind. The navel wrenched them from the earth, not celebration, not fanfare, just wind and darkness and the sound of magic folding inward, and then silence. They landed hard in a graveyard. The air was cold, sharp, still, no applause, no crowd, just gravestones, and a dark shape waiting in the shadows. Cedric looked around, confused. "Where are we?" But Harry knew. His scar blazed suddenly, fiercely, and he understood. They had been brought here, on purpose. The cup was a Portkey. Something terrible was about to happen. Something already had. But for now, the wind whispered across stone and bone, and the night, so quiet, listened. Chapter 32, Flesh, Blood, and Bone. The night was colder here, colder than any night at Hogwarts, colder than even the chill of the Forbidden Forest. This chill did not belong to weather or wind, but to something older, something darker. Harry stood frozen. Cedric was beside him, wand still in hand, but his breath came quick now, sharp with confusion. The Portkey had dropped them into a place that was no place at all. A graveyard, old and forgotten, its stones crooked like broken teeth. The moon hung low, pale as bone, watching. Then Harry's scar burned, seared, and he stumbled. A shape emerged from the shadows, hunched and small, shuffling forward. In its arms, something, a bundle. Cedric turned, alarm rising in his voice. "Harry?" But the words were cut short. The figure raised its wand, and from the darkness came another. A voice, cold, high, and cruel, spoke a single word. "Kill the spare." And the light flared green. It was over in an instant. Cedric fell. No sound. No scream, just a thud, soft, final, onto the graveyard grass. Harry's voice broke with a cry that never fully left his throat, but there was no time. Ropes, thick and magical, sprung from nowhere, binding him to a tombstone. The marble was icy behind his back, and carved into it was a name he barely saw. The shape approached, and Harry could finally see. It was Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. His face was pale and sweaty, his hands trembling as he set the bundle, still moving, onto the ground. He opened a large black cauldron, already bubbling with a silvery liquid, and began to chant. The words were ancient, foreign, soft like a lullaby, but sick with purpose. And then he began. A ritual, a rebirth, bone of the father, unknowingly given. He reached into the earth beside the tombstone and drew up a handful of dust, crumbling and gray. It drifted into the cauldron with a hiss. Then trembling, he lifted a blade. Harry struggled, heart pounding, but the cords held him fast. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, Wormtail took the knife. With a sharp cry, he sliced his own hand, screaming, and let the severed limb fall into the potion. Blood mingled with silver, smoke rising. Then, he turned to Harry. "No!" But there was no escape. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Wormtail approached, and with a shallow cut across Harry's arm, he took the blood. Just a few drops, but enough. He added it to the potion. The cauldron roared, it bubbled furiously, changing color from silver to deep, red to black. Steam rose in thick, choking curls, and then a figure rose from the liquid. A form, slender, pale, slick with potion, breathing air once more. Voldemort had returned. He stepped from the cauldron as if reborn, eyes red as coals, skin pale as ash, features sharp and smooth as a skull. He looked down at his own hands, flexing long fingers. Then he laughed, softly, coldly. A sound like frost cracking stone. Harry, bound to the tomb, could only stare. The nightmare was real. The impossible had happened. The Dark Lord was alive again. Wormtail scuttled forward, sobbing, cradling his bleeding stump. Voldemort looked at him with a sort of absent curiosity. He summoned his wand, his own wand, into his hand. A flick, and Wormtail's wound closed. Another flick, and Wormtail fell to the ground, gasping. "You serve me well," Voldemort said, softly. "For now." Then he turned to Harry. "There is much I owe you," he murmured. And he smiled, the kind of smile nightmares wear. He stepped closer, slow, savoring the moment. "You stand upon the bones of my father, Harry Potter. Your mother died to save you once, but I am returned, and tonight we end what began." The shadows around them moved. From the graveyard's edges, figures began to arrive. Wizards, cloaked and masked, Death Eaters, drawn by a mark they had not seen for 13 years. One by one they appeared and bowed. Voldemort, now restored, stood among them like a king among ghosts. "You did not seek me," he said softly. "You did not search for me." His voice sharpened. "Some of you believed me gone. Others served, half-heartedly. Tonight you are reminded." And they bowed lower, Then Voldemort raised his wand. Release him. The ropes vanished. Harry stood, weak and shaky, but defiant. Let us duel, Voldemort said softly. As equals, so they may see. Harry raised his wand. His hand trembled. The Death Eaters formed a circle. Voldemort stepped forward, and in the still of that forgotten graveyard, wands lifted. Crucio. Pain like white fire exploded in Harry's veins, and he collapsed to his knees. But he rose again. Another spell. Harry dodged, then he shouted back, Expelliarmus! Their spells collided, and something strange happened. The beams connected, not like a clash, but like a bond. A golden thread formed between their wands, bright, humming. And from that thread, a dome of light grew. Music, strange and unearthly, thrummed in the air. Voldemort's face twisted with confusion, and then, from his wand, echoes began to emerge. A misty hand, a face, a whisper. Cedric, then Frank Bryce, Bertha Jorkins, Harry's parents, Lily and James. Their forms, ghostly, glowing, gathered around Harry like a shield. Don't let go, whispered his mother. We're here, said his father, Cedric's voice gentle. Take my body back. And with a shout, Harry broke the connection. The golden thread snapped. Light exploded. Harry ran. He dashed to Cedric's side, grasped the body and touched the portkey again. A tug, a spinning rush, and then the graveyard was gone. Chapter 33. The Death Eaters. He stood tall now, impossibly pale beneath the silver moon. Voldemort. Whole once more, his face carved with something cruel and ancient. In the circle of Death Eaters, hooded, hushed, and trembling, he moved like a whisper of winter, like something that had been sleeping for far too long and now stretched awake. Around him were his followers, silent in the old graveyard. Some stared at him with awe, some with fear, others with a careful, cautious reverence, as if they could not believe their own eyes. He turned to them one by one, naming them softly, like counting regrets, like recalling ghosts. Lucius, he murmured, pausing at the tall man with pale hair. My slippery friend, how loyal you must have been all these years. Lucius Malfoy did not speak. He simply bowed. Voldemort's eyes moved on. Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, McNair. Each name, a knife slipped between silence and memory. Some bowed quickly. Some trembled. Some dared to look him in the eye. But others were missing. Where are they? Voldemort asked softly, almost sweetly. Where is Avery? Where is Karkaroff? The name hung in the air like smoke. A murmur rippled through the Death Eaters. Karkaroff, Voldemort repeated. Fled when the tide turned. He chose cowardice over faith. He paused. And yet, here I stand. Returned. He stepped over, the grass with a kind of predator's grace, toward a grave-marked Riddle. The tombstone was pale and worn, but Harry could see it now. The name of Voldemort's father. Here, the Dark Lord said, turning back to his circle, is where I rose again, by bone, by flesh, and by blood. He smiled thinly. My new body is strong, stronger than before. I have been beyond the veil. I have drunk from death and returned. His voice grew colder now. But you, my faithful servants, how many of you truly remained loyal? How many sought me out? How many believed? No one answered. He flicked his wand. The closest Death Eater collapsed to his knees. A flash of pain, silent, unseen, coursed through the air. The man shuddered. You see, Voldemort whispered, I reward loyalty, and I punish doubt. He turned almost idly and gestured to Wormtail, still cradling his silver hand, new, gleaming, gifted by dark magic. This one, he said, returned to me. A coward, yes, a weakling, but faithful. Wormtail bowed, breathless with devotion and pain. Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. Yet even he, the Dark Lord mused, needed incentive. Then he laughed softly. It was not a kind laugh. It was the sound of something dead remembering how to speak. The Death Eaters remained frozen, each one bound by a mix of fear and enchantment. None dared to move. Voldemort paced once more. "I have summoned you not merely to bear witness," he said, "but to act." He gestured to the shadows. "We will return. We will reclaim what was taken. We will restore the natural order." His red eyes flicked to Harry. "And you," he whispered, "will serve a final purpose." Harry stood now, still bound, still, breathing shallow from the pain that lingered in his bones. "This boy," Voldemort continued, "escaped me once, through his mother's love and the folly of my own pride." The Death Eaters listened in silence. "But now he's been touched by me, marked in blood, his sacrifice undone." He raised his wand. "Tonight we end the myth." Harry's wand was returned to him, mockingly, as if in sport. "We duel," Voldemort said with soft menace. "As equals." The Death Eaters stepped back, forming a wide ring around the center of the graveyard. Harry, trembling, lifted his wand. He had no illusions. This was not a fair fight. This was spectacle. This was theater. But still, he would stand. Voldemort bowed. Low, mocking, elegant. Harry did not bow. The duel began. Spells flashed, red, green, gold. Light shattered against stone, scorched grass. Harry ducked, rolled, shouted, "Expelliarmus!" But Voldemort deflected it with ease. Crucio. Pain like fire crawled through Harry's limbs. He screamed, but stayed upright. Again, Voldemort said, another spell. Another wave of agony, but Harry stood, he thought, of Cedric, fallen and still, of Hermione, of Ron, of Dumbledore, of his parents. He thought of love, and he cast again. Expelliarmus! Their spells met, just like before. A beam of light connected, them, gold and humming, vibrating with something ancient and powerful. The connection locked. They could not break it. And then, the golden dome, the music. Again the spirits emerged. Cedric, first. Then Bertha. Then Frank Bryce. And then Lily. James. "Hold on, Harry," they whispered. "You're not alone." Harry's grip tightened. The shadows gathered around him now were not of fear, but of memory, of hope. The thread snapped, and he dashed to Cedric, grasped his hand. The Portkey. It glowed again, a pull, a spinning wind, and the graveyard dissolved into smoke. Chapter 34. Priori Incantatum. The world swirled like mist unraveling from a dream, and then solid ground. Harry landed hard on the grass, Cedric's body still in his grasp. The Triwizard cup lay beside them, no longer glowing, just a hunk of metal in the moonlight, but silence did not follow. Instead, noise roared in like a sudden storm. Cheers, laughter, music, still swirling from the stands. For a moment, the stadium hadn't noticed, and then screams, because Cedric wasn't moving, and Harry was on his knees, gasping for air, eyes wild with a kind of unspeakable knowing. "Help!" he choked out. "Help him! He's dead!" The crowd began to surge. Voices called out, but there was one that cut through them all. Dumbledore's. He was there in a moment, his long silver beard lifting with the wind, his hands reaching for Harry, his eyes sharp and searching. Then came others, Fleur, Crumb, Madame Maxime, Bagman, and behind them, the chaos of a celebration turning to confusion. Cedric lay pale and peaceful, still clutching his wand, his face empty of pain. Amos Diggory appeared at the edge of the scene, his expression confused, as though part of him believed this was all part of the game. But it wasn't. The truth reached him slowly, like cold water creeping under a door. "No," Amos whispered. "No, he's tired, that's all. Just tired." And then he fell to his knees beside his son and howled. A raw, shaking sound that cut the world in two. Harry looked away, unable to breathe through the storm in his chest. He felt someone wrap a cloak around him. Mad-Eye Moody. "Come on, Potter," Moody murmured, voice low. "You're in shock. Let's get you out of here." Harry nodded numbly. He couldn't speak, couldn't form a single word. Inside the castle, the noise faded, muffled by the stone walls. Moody guided him not to the hospital wing, but to his office, and the moment the door shut, everything changed. The light seemed to darken. Moody's voice shifted. "You did well," he said. Harry blinked. "What?" "You got back." The words were almost admiring. Harry frowned. Something was wrong. He looked around. The magical eye was spinning, but the real one burned with something sharp. Moody didn't limp. Not now. His movements were smooth, too smooth. And then he asked something strange. "How did you escape him?" Harry said nothing. "How did you do it?" Moody pressed. "What spell did you use? Tell me exactly, every word, every detail." Harry stepped back. This wasn't right. This wasn't Mad-Eye. And then, Dumbledore. The door flung open. In swept the headmaster, robes like dark waves, eyes blazing. Severus, Minerva, with me. Snape and McGonagall followed, swift and silent like shadows called home. Dumbledore raised his wand, and Moody fell. And then, truth spilled out, quiet and terrible. It wasn't Moody at all. Polyjuice potion, all year, all lessons, all warnings, all glares. That hadn't been the real Auror. The true Mad-Eye Moody was trapped in a trunk, deep inside, hidden in magical sleep, imprisoned. And the imposter? Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater. Long thought dead. Rescued from Azkaban by his own parents, kept hidden under Imperius, and now returned to Voldemort's side. He'd plotted from within Hogwarts. He was the one who placed Harry's name in the goblet, the one who guided him through the tasks, the one who turned the Triwizard Cup into a Portkey. Also, Harry would be delivered to the graveyard, to Voldemort. Harry sat, barely breathing, as the confession spilled forth, coaxed by Veritaserum, the clear potion of truth. Dumbledore stood like stone, his face unreadable, but his eyes held a sorrow too old to speak aloud. Minerva was pale with fury. Snape looked grim, even shaken. Barty Crouch Jr., under Truth's spell, admitted it all with a kind of mad devotion. He had done it for the Dark Lord. He had waited, planned, watched, and now he had failed. The potion wore off, and silence fell again. The real Moody, pale and barely conscious, was freed from the trunk. Dumbledore moved quickly, his focus sharp and his presence immense, wrapping the man in safety once more. Harry was guided from the office, down the corridor, through the shifting castle that suddenly felt too big, too shadowed, and as they walked, Dumbledore spoke softly. "I know what you saw, Harry." Harry said nothing. "I know what it cost you." Still silence. "You are not alone," Dumbledore said. They reached the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey fluttered over him, tutting, healing, checking. The lights were low and warm, but Harry felt cold. Not in his body, but in his bones. He couldn't sleep. Outside, the castle held its breath, and far beyond its walls, something darker had awakened. Chapter 35, Veritaserum. The quiet of the hospital wing was deceptive. Around Harry, time moved in a strange way, slow like drifting mist, yet heavy with the weight of what had happened. Cedric Diggory was gone. Lord Voldemort had returned, and somewhere in the great halls of Hogwarts, the truth was being whispered into the ears of those who would soon have to choose, to believe or to look away. But for now, Harry sat in a bed that felt too large, too soft, listening to the echoes of shoes down stone corridors and the soft clicking of Madame Pomfrey's potion vials. His scar ached faintly, like the memory of a nightmare not quite forgotten. And then, he wasn't alone. Dumbledore entered, his presence as commanding as ever, though he moved quietly, his expression carved in calm behind him, Professor Snape. His face tight with something unreadable and serious black, transfigured now into human form, not the grim-faced dog, but a gaunt man with kind, fierce eyes. They all gathered near Harry's bed, voices low. There was no time for rest, no time for grieving. Not yet. Voldemort had returned, and already Dumbledore was moving. Orders were given, swift and sure. To Snape, the task was clear and dangerous. Return to the Dark Lord's side. Resume the role of spy, of servant, of snake among serpents. Snape gave a sharp nod and left without a word. To Sirius, Dumbledore offered sanctuary, but also strategy. A quiet request to gather those still loyal, those willing to stand against the dark. Old names were spoken in hushed tones. Lupin, Arabella Figg. Mundungus Fletcher, the Order would rise again. But first, one more truth had to be uncovered. Veritaserum. The truth potion had already loosened Barty Crouch Jr.'s tongue, but Dumbledore wanted Harry to understand, clearly, calmly, and without doubt. So he told the boy everything. Barty Crouch Jr. had escaped Azkaban years ago, hidden by his parents. His mother, dying, desperate, had taken his place under Polyjuice Potion. Her final sacrifice. His father had imprisoned him at home under the Imperious Curse, but eventually, he escaped. And with help from Voldemort and Wormtail, he had found a purpose again. He had captured the real Mad-Eye Moody, imprisoned him in his own trunk, and taken his place at Hogwarts. It had been Barty Crouch Jr. all along, teaching defense against the dark arts, pushing Harry forward, guiding him, gently, quietly, toward the trap. And now he was back in custody. The Ministry would want to take over the interrogation. Cornelius Fudge himself had already arrived at Hogwarts, full of disbelief and defensiveness. Dumbledore refused to hand Barty over just yet. He needed the truth to be heard, unedited, unfiltered, undeniable. But Fudge did not agree. The Minister entered the hospital wing later that night, flanked by a Dementor, cold, gliding, breathless. The creature entered the room where Barty was held, and in a moment, it was done. The Dementor had kissed him. Barty Crouch Jr. was lost, his soul consumed, his mind a hollow shell. The truth he carried was gone. Fudge claimed it was necessary, a precaution, a safety measure. Dumbledore, calm but stern, disagreed, fiercely. Truth had been silenced, and with it, the Ministry's willingness to acknowledge Voldemort's return. Harry watched this quiet war unfold before him. No wands drawn, no spells cast. Just words, quiet and cold. Doubt wrapped in diplomacy. Fudge would not believe. He could not afford to. Panic would ripple through the wizarding world. Fear would bloom like dark flowers. Elections might falter. Trust might shatter. And so, he denied. He suggested Harry was confused, traumatized, perhaps manipulated. He waved away the danger, and then he left. But Dumbledore's resolve only deepened. "We are only as strong as we are united," he said to those who remained. "As weak as we are divided." In his voice there was sorrow, but also fire. He would not pretend. He would not soften the truth to make it easier to swallow. He would prepare. As the night deepened, Harry lay back against the pillow. Exhaustion pressed down on him like a weight. He closed his eyes, Cedric's face still etched behind his eyelids. And for the first time, he truly felt the change. The world was not what it had been. The safety of childhood, of Hogwarts as a sanctuary, had thinned, stretched, begun to tear, and something darker waited beyond that veil. But Harry was not alone. Dumbledore would fight. Sirius was nearby, and deep inside him, though he could not yet name it, Harry felt something forming. A strength born not from spells or fame, but from pain, and memory, and the quiet courage to face the truth, even when others would not. Chapter 36, The Parting of the Ways. The castle stood still, as though it too were holding its breath. In the heart of Hogwarts, where once there had been celebration, now there was silence. Heavy, hollow, hanging in the high arches and long corridors like forgotten spells. Harry walked beside Dumbledore, their footsteps quiet on the stone floor. The morning sun touched the stained glass in soft amber light, but even its warmth felt pale and distant. They had just left the hospital wing. There was no going back. Now they descended the marble staircase together. Each step brought them closer to the truth's ripple, toward its reaching consequences. For Dumbledore, for the Ministry, and for Harry himself. At the foot of the staircase, they paused. Cornelius Fudge stood in the corridor beyond. He looked tired but still stubborn, still unwilling to believe, still unwilling to see. Dumbledore turned to him, voice calm but with a quiet edge of steel beneath it. He told the minister again, Voldemort had returned. A body, a wand, a plan. The Triwizard tournament had been used. Cedric had been killed, and Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater long thought gone, had confessed it all, before the Dementor silenced him forever. But Fudge could not accept it. He shook, his head, too many times too quickly. His words came sharper now, more defensive. To believe would mean facing it, and facing it would mean acting. War, upheaval, panic. Instead, he clung to denial like a comfort blanket stitched from power and pride. Harry stood beside Dumbledore, quiet but watchful. He could feel it, how fragile this moment was. One word, one breath might break it all apart. Fudge spoke again, accusingly this time. Said Dumbledore was stirring fear, said Harry's mind was too affected by trauma to be trusted. And when Dumbledore insisted, when he told the minister that preparations must begin, that allies must be summoned, that the Order of the Phoenix must be revived, Fudge went pale. His voice dropped to a low chill. He would not help. He would not acknowledge. He would not believe. And just like that, the path diverged. Fudge turned, from them and left, his cloak billowing behind like a door slamming shut. There it was, the parting of the ways. From this moment on, Dumbledore would walk one road and the Ministry another, one prepared for darkness. One pretended it hadn't come. Silence filled the corridor again. Then gently, Dumbledore turned to Harry. There was no lecture, no great explanation, just quiet understanding. He led Harry once more through the halls, and together they climbed, floor after floor, until they reached a familiar space, Dumbledore's office. The Phoenix, Fawkes, sat high upon his perch, feathers flickering gold and crimson like a candle before the wind. And there, Dumbledore gave Harry what had been waiting inside him. Words. He spoke not as a headmaster, but as a guide. About what Voldemort had done. How he had taken Harry's blood, tethered them together in a way both symbolic and real. How love, his mother's protection, still lived in Harry's veins, and now lived in Voldemort's as well. It meant Harry's survival had carved itself into the very magic Voldemort tried to control. A paradox, a gift, a danger. Harry sat quietly as it all unfolded. He didn't ask many questions, because part of him already understood. Grief hummed quietly under everything. He could feel Cedric's absence like a hollow behind his ribs. He thought of Cedric's parents, who would wake this morning to a world missing their son. He thought of Cho, who had smiled shyly once by the owlery. He thought of the graveyard, and the cold, and the scream that still echoed in the corners of his memory. And he thought of the wand that Voldemort had raised, of the mark in the sky, of the way the stars had looked, blurred through his tears. Dumbledore rose, paced once around his desk, then turned and looked at Harry again. And in that look, kind, worn, fierce, there was a sort of apology for the danger, for the choices, for the truth he had withheld, thinking, Harry too young, but not anymore. The boy who had returned from the maze was not the same as the one who had entered. He had been touched by darkness, and yet he had not crumbled. Dumbledore asked quietly if Harry wished to speak with someone, to... Serious, the boy nodded, and a moment later, with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned the man who had watched from the shadows too long. Sirius stepped from the fireplace, shedding the form of the great black dog. He embraced Harry with arms that trembled, fierce and tender all at once, and, finally, there was space to grieve. They sat together, just the two of them, and spoke in hushed voices. About Cedric, about the maze, about the fear, the confusion, the grief, and about what would come next. Harry didn't know everything, but he knew enough. He knew Voldemort had returned. He knew the world would change, and he knew he was not alone. Later, that evening, when the sun had long faded and the stars glimmered through the tall windows, Harry found himself among his friends once more. Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys. They didn't speak too much of what had happened. They simply sat close, let the silence hold them, and offered the small kindness of being there. No questions, no answers, just presence. And sometimes that was enough. As the end of the term approached, the school moved with slow, uncertain steps. The final feast was not celebratory. Instead, it became a memorial. Black banners hung where house colors once. Had Dumbledore rose and addressed the students, his voice soft, unwavering. He spoke Cedric's name. He honored him, not just as a champion, but as a person, a friend, a son, a boy who had shown courage and kindness. He told the truth, that Voldemort had returned, that danger stirred, that they would need each other now more than ever. Not everyone believed, but some did, and that was where the light would begin. Harry packed his trunk quietly, the weight of his 4th year sitting in every fold of his robes, in every glance toward the castle walls. He would go home to the Dursleys, but something had shifted inside him. He no longer returned just as a student. He returned as a witness, as someone who had seen the dark rise again and chosen to stand. The train whistle echoed across the hills, steam coiled in soft spirals, like ghosts bidding farewell. And with one last look at the towers of Hogwarts, Harry stepped onto the train. The wheels turned, the summer stretched ahead, and beyond it, something waited, something rising, something ancient, something dark. But Harry, Potter at 14, had already begun the quiet, steady path toward the kind of bravery that does not shout. It whispers, it endures, it loves, and it hopes. Even in the shadow, especially in the shadow. Final reflection, the fire beneath the goblet. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is, at its heart, a turning point. It begins with laughter, light, and the sweet flutter of teenage worries, dances, homework, the thrill of Quidditch. But slowly, like twilight stretching across the sky, it turns towards something deeper, something darker, and it asks the reader to walk with it through that shadow. This 4th installment in the Harry Potter series is where childhood and innocence begin to recede, like the tide pulling softly from the shore. In their place rise questions of trust, sacrifice, and the terrible, quiet weight of truth. We began in the sleepy village of Little Hangleton, where an old house whispered of murder and memory. It was there the first seeds were sown, that Voldemort had not vanished but waited, coiled and calculating, in the darkness of forgotten corners. From there, we journeyed with Harry through the familiar rhythms of summer, with the Weasleys, the grand wonder of the Quidditch World Cup, and back to Hogwarts, the castle that always feels like a second heartbeat. But Hogwarts this time was different. The Triwizard tournament came not as a celebration alone, but as a trial, a test, one wrapped in fire and illusion. It called forth bravery not only from the champions, but from all who watched, feared, and cared. It asked Harry to step into challenges he never chose. And that is one of the quiet truths at the heart of this story. Courage is often not about seeking danger, but facing it when it finds you. Harry faced dragons, merfolk, a deadly maze, but beyond those he faced something harder. Being disbelieved, being doubted, being watched and weighed as a child too young to bear what the world now asked of him. And still, he stood. The loss of Cedric Diggory echoes like a soft wind through these pages. He was good, he was kind, he played fair. His death was not heroic, in the traditional sense, but it was senseless, and that is its tragedy. It reminds us that darkness often comes not with thunder, but with silence. That loss can be sudden and brutal and undeserved. In the wake of this loss, Dumbledore chooses to tell the truth, even when others will not. That choice, that refusal to shroud pain in silence, is a lesson that hums beneath the surface of this tale. There are so many threads we could follow here. The friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione, tested, tangled, and ultimately stronger. The Bayat, glimpses of other magical schools, reminding us that the world is wider than we knew. The strange tenderness of characters like Hagrid and Dobby, who love in quiet, stumbling ways. Even the villainy of Barty Crouch Jr. and the chilling return of Voldemort is layered, not to glorify evil, but to remind us that it grows in shadows, in secrets, and in systems too willing to look away. And always, always, there is choice. This book is about choices, the kind that define a life, the kind that arrive not with a trumpet, but in whispers, like Harry choosing to bring Cedric's body back, like Dumbledore choosing to resist the Ministry's hush, like Fudge choosing fear over truth, like Sirius choosing to stand by his godson, no matter the cost. Goblet of Fire is the bridge between light and storm, between the safety of school corridors and the first tremble of a coming war. It does not race to its darkness, but unfolds gently, patiently, like a dream turning uneasy. And in doing so, it invites readers to grow with it, to feel the shift, to grieve, to understand, to prepare. There is still light here, the kind that lives in friendship, loyalty, and laughter in the face of fear. The kind that flickers in the warmth of the Burrow or the train ride home. The kind that dares to speak a name, even when others dare not. The book ends not with triumph, but with quiet resolve. The fire in the goblet has faded, but the fire in Harry, the one shaped by grief, tempered by love, and kindled by truth, has only just begun to burn. And as the story turns toward the long night ahead, we carry with us the soft certainty that even in the darkest times, small lights, like hope, like courage, like Harry, will keep glowing, softly, quietly, and always. Thank you for joining this gentle journey through Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. May its echoes follow you into dreams, where courage grows like wildflowers and the fire of kindness never goes out.